Hello, everybody. Sorry for the delay. There was a bit of a technical issue right before I came on the air, so I had to fix that. But we're here now. Welcome to our coverage. We are here to bring you live coverage of the situation with the Middle East. There's been a bunch of new developments since we were last on the air, and we are going to get you caught up on what is going on. We have the Beirut entire Lebanon shots up right now. But again, bunch to get you caught up on. So we will get you caught up on it. Hold on a second here. I appreciate all of our moderators being here. Carms is here. Linda Belk and Larry on X. And over on Twitch we have I know there's some rocket alerts going on right now. Just give me a moment to just get started here. Please be patient. Thank you. Papa Bear and Surly Dev and I got that fire are moderating over there on Twitch, and on Facebook we have some rocket alerts in north central Israel, by the way, right now. Here, give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I just gotta get organized here. All right, what are we doing here? That sounds like that's wind. Is that wind or interceptions? I don't know. This is the eastern. Those are that might be artillery. That might be artillery we're hearing. But there's also a lot of wind. There's wind. There could be interceptions going on because there's rocket alerts there, but it's so windy there. That's the eastern border. So there was just rocket alerts near that camera, I believe. We heard some booms. We might have heard interceptions. We might have just heard interceptions. Hang on a moment. Again, I'm just getting on the air. Give me a second to get organized here. Heard a couple things. That sounds like we're hearing artillery. That's what that sounds like. Sorry, it's so windy there. All right, I'm going to go back to that shot in a little bit. That's Beirut. Let's just hang on a second. Hang on a moment. Let's just hang on a moment. Okay, just give me a moment here. I'll let you know about if I have rocket updates for you about what happened with the rockets. I'll just have to let you know. There's just too much going on right now. There's possible Israeli strikes in Yemen, which happened about 20 minutes ago. So we got to look into that. I have some stuff to show you from a few minutes before we came on the air. So we'll get caught up. Let me just finish thanking our moderators. Over there on Facebook moderating, we have Ronald Egnor is there. Thank you, Ronald. Another rocket alert I just saw. Thank you, Ronald. I just saw another rocket alert. This one is in. I'll tell you in a second. One alert in the north in Avivim, right at the border there. That is where the new rocket alert is, right there on the map, on the red alert map. I don't believe the camera I have will see anything there. Yeah, this camera is a northern border camera, and we're hearing, maybe I'll put this in the small thing. We're hearing like artillery on this camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little adjustment here. Then I'm going to put something else. Here. A quick thank you to Martin Gingrich, Babul Haq, Talon Rosen, the Digital Bard, Carrie Kyle. Thank you. GH, PZ Papa Zulu, Philip Tiplady, Kate Rose, Bob, Otis Fats, Two Step 82. Thank you. So I want to start with Israel came out with a statement about last night's big bombing. And I don't believe they've said whether they killed the person who was the leading candidate to replace Nasrallah. I think they haven't commented on that yet. So I'm going to show you that statement. That's from the northern border, that booming. Hold on. So this is a new statement by the IDF on the big bombing, the big airstrike last night. But they don't say whether they killed or not the person who was the likely successor to Nasrallah. Wait, now I'm confused. Oh, hold on. Oh, was that? I don't know if that's new. Is that new? Was that a new? I don't know if that's new or that was smoking before. It might have been smoking before. I have no idea. It's so windy. We need to turn it down. It's too windy. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? The statement they came out with right before we came on the air, that wasn't about the strike last night. That was about Tulkarm. So again, the statement it came out right before we came on the air, so I didn't really get a chance to really read it. Okay, so the statement they came out with right before we came on the air did not have to do with the big strike. I don't think they haven't said. Israel, I don't think they've come out with a statement about. I don't know if they've come out with a statement about. Oh no, was it this one? No. I don't believe they have said whether they were successful in the strike, big strike last night. I need to go through all their statements. Fallen soldiers. There's a plane taking off. Yeah, I don't think they have. So we're still waiting for them to release a statement about that big strike last night. I'm going to show you video of that again. And we're hearing these booms from northern Israel on that camera. I don't know if that's new or not, what you're seeing right now in Beirut. Ooh, they adjusted the camera. Nice. Oh, Al Masira TV said it was U.S. and British strikes against the Houthis? All right, I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with these strikes on the Houthis today. So I'm seeing some different things on that. When I have something a little more reliable, I'll let you know. Sorry, I'm really just trying to figure this out. Okay. Okay, yes. So Al Masira TV, which is run by the Houthis, said that there were British and American airstrikes today in Yemen. I'm looking at it right now. Seven airstrikes by U.S. British aircraft on Hodeida Airport in the Dune area. 4 raids in Al Thawra district. So that's going on. All right, let me just go over some of the developments from today. Israel announced that two of its soldiers, as we hear another boom from the northern border, Israel announced that 2 of its soldiers were killed and over 20 injured. Over 20 injured in a drone strike that was launched from Iraq. Okay? So that happened. So let me just mention that. So Manny Fabian with the Times of Israel reports, 2 Israeli soldiers were killed and more than 20 were wounded in a drone attack from Iraq early Thursday morning, the IDF announces. According to an IDF probe, 2 explosive-laden drones were launched from Iraq in the attack, one of which was shot down by air defenses, and the second impacted an army base in the northern Golan Heights. 24 were wounded in the attack, including 2 seriously, 1 moderately, and 21 lightly. So I'm assuming it was some Iran-supported group in Iraq, because that's what normally happens. Sorry, I know it's windy there. I want to keep that camera on the top. It's just windy. I just saw a new rocket alert. What's this? New rocket alert in northern Israel, north of the Sea of Galilee, northwestern Israel. There you see it on the SOFAR map. South of where the camera is on the northeast border. On the top there. I don't know if we'll hear anything on the top, but that is a new rocket alert. There's been a few since we've been on the air. Right before we came on the air, there was some significant airstrikes in Tyre, Lebanon, which I want to show you. Actually, are there some right now? No. This is going to get too annoying to have that camera on. The wind is going to be really annoying. So windy. I'm going to have to go away from this camera. I'm going to have to not show that camera right now. It's just too windy. I mean, look. For the moment, I can show Tyre, but that didn't work. That's Tyre, Lebanon now. Let me show you the video I saw right before we came on the air from Tyre, Lebanon. Watch this. This is from Tyre, Lebanon, right before we came on the air from Reuters. This is right, sorry, you can't see it. You'll be able to see it in a second, though. You'll be able to see it in a second. Up, a new rocket alert. I got to talk about that now. The new rocket alert. We've had a bunch of smaller ones since we came on the air. Oops, that's not the right thing. Where am I doing? What just happened here? The new rocket alert is a couple of alerts right on the border, maybe directed at Israeli troops, I don't know, but right on the border with Israel and Lebanon, new rocket alert. I do not have a camera right there. I don't think my border camera is there. That's not what I wanted to do at all. That's the border camera. Keep having to change the labels. You know what I should do? I know what I should do. I'm going to show you guys what happened in Tyre, Lebanon, right as we were coming on the air. Now, you can't see it yet, but you'll be able to in a second. There. So I'm going to show you a video. This is a video from Tyre, Lebanon. And this is right before we came on the air. Check this out. Ready? Let me turn the sound down. Gosh, it's so loud. Here. Watch this. This is right before we came on the air. Look at that. Look at those strikes. Right as we were going live, right minutes before we went live, look at those strikes on the Tyre, Lebanon cam. Maybe about 5 minutes before I went live. I just happened to see it right before we went live. Again, this is about half an hour ago. Half an hour ago. Tyre, Lebanon. Is there another rocket alert? Hang on. I think there might be another rocket alert. I don't even know if that's a new one. I think it's a new one. There's been a bunch of these smaller ones since we went live. There's the SOFAR app, 2 alerts going off right near the border. So every few minutes there's been some sort of rocket alert, it seems like, since we came on the air. Again, not huge ones, but although I don't know how many rockets are fired. When I get a chance, I'll check and see if there's any updates on it. Check right now. Someone said I'm not pronouncing Tyre quickly. I am literally pronouncing it the way it is pronounced on the Wikipedia page. So maybe you should propose a change to the Wikipedia page. Because literally the first thing on the Wikipedia page is the pronunciation. Thank you to Erwin Wertwin for the gift memberships. Thank you so much. Ghost of Lviv, thank you. Craig Essick, thank you for your support. Brian Meredith, JVD, thank you. I really appreciate it. Raina Hood, thank you. There was a rocket fall in the Hazor Hagalilit area, according to current news on Telegram. Hold on. I don't even know what's going on. Is the video still playing? No. Where is that news coming from? Where is that sound coming from? Oh, that's the tire camera, which I don't even have playing on the screen. It's too loud. Regarding the response to Iran, I have no information on that. The Israeli response to Iran is expected at some point. I don't have any kind of inside information on when it's going to take place. If I hear anything about that, I will certainly let you know. Certainly something we're keeping an eye out for. But again, I don't have any information on it. I think there's actually an important story about new evacuations ordered by Israel. More evacuations ordered there in Lebanon. So I want to talk about that too. Oh, I have something about the Yemen strikes. Look, U.S.-British strikes launched on Yemen's Sana'a and Hodeidah. Houthi al-Masirah TV says. That is from Reuters. U.S.-British airstrikes were launched at several parts of Yemen, including its capital Sana'a and Hodeidah airport. Al-Masirah TV, the main television news outlet run by the Houthi movement controlling much of Yemen, and residents said today. Strikes also targeted the south of Damar City. Iran-aligned Houthi militants have launched attacks on international shipping near Yemen since last November in solidarity with Palestinians in Israel's war with Hamas. The Houthi attacks have drawn U.S. and British retaliatory strikes and disrupted global trade as ship owners reroute vessels away from the Red Sea and Suez Canal to sail the longer route around the southern tip of Africa. I am not aware of any official U.S. or British statement on this. If I see one, I will let you know. As our viewer Lady Bird Lee points out, the Rosh Hashanah holiday in Israel, which is a 2-day holiday, ends at sundown. I do not know if that is something Israel has been waiting for before responding to Iran. I do not know. Thank you, Lieutenant Dark Ghost, and thanks for shouting out the moderators. Thank you also, The Guardian 1 and Aloha Tarantula for your support, and Lord Cog as well. I think I thanked Erwin Wertvision. But thanks again. Oops. All right. I also want to catch you guys up on the big strike from last night, which reportedly targeted the person who was number 2 in Hezbollah under Nasrallah and was the leading candidate to replace him. There was an enormous series of airstrikes last night in Beirut, which we covered, in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Hang on a moment. Yeah, there's just a bunch to catch you up on right now. Yeah, so Reuters says that Israel was assessing the damage today after a series of strikes on senior figures in Hezbollah. The air attack on Beirut was reported to have targeted the potential successor to Nasrallah, who was assassinated by Israel a week ago. Hashem Safieddin's fate was unclear, and neither Israel nor Hezbollah have offered any comment on that strike. And I'm going to show you a video of that strike from last night, which I have. I actually got the raw video from AFP of the strike. The New York Times reported that it was a meeting of senior Hezbollah leaders that was targeted. Axios said they were underground in a bunker. So let me show you this strike here. Okay, this is the video from last night. I got to put replay on the screen because everybody's going to freak out. This is the video from last night. Ready? Here it is. Wow, crazy. Play that again, but I think we saw the lights go off. We talked about this last night. You see the lights go off, some of the lights go off right before the explosions. Maybe when the explosion started. Right there, see how the lights right there, a bunch of the lights go off. Maybe that's when the bombs first hit. You see the lights here go off though. So again, this reportedly targeted the likely successor to Hassan Nasrallah. Also, reports say that it targeted a group of Hezbollah leaders underground. But neither Israel nor Hezbollah has released an official comment on this strike. So we're still waiting for updates on that. Tactical Byte says it took almost 24 hours for Nasrallah to be confirmed. I don't know if it was 24 hours, but it was certainly at least like 12 or something. Anyway, so waiting for more information on that. I'll let you know if we get any updates on that from last night. That's obviously very important. I'm going to switch off the tire cam is not. Well, I'll leave the tire cam on at the moment. Why not? I'd like to put the northern border camera on. It's just so windy. I might put it on anyway, because we're hearing stuff in the northern border camera. So windy. Oh my gosh, is that windy? It's so windy. I don't know that I could leave the camera on. It's just like, I've almost turned the volume down the whole way on that camera, and it's just so windy. They need a windscreen on the mic if they don't have one. No, it's wind. It's just really windy there. Hang on a moment. I can't leave it on. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave one of the other cameras up there. It's just too windy. I don't know if we can hear anything on the western border camera. There might be another Beirut camera I want to put up. Oops. Oh, I messed something up. I have a... Oh, this isn't a bad camera. Well... Oh, I'll put the AFP camera up. That's the AFP Beirut camera. Oh, I don't want to say last night. That's the AFP Beirut camera right there. You know what? I'll shrink it a little bit. Where is it? Uh-oh. Let me give you some updates here, some more updates about what's going on. So something else that happened today is Israel bombed a major highway linking Lebanon with Syria. As you can see right here, an Israeli airstrike cuts a major highway linking Lebanon with Syria. A highway that Lebanon, in theory, could use to import like weaponry. An Israeli airstrike has cut off a main highway linking Lebanon with Syria, leaving two huge craters on either side of the road, says AP. The airstrike rendered the road unusable for cars, leaving people to go on foot to the Masna border crossing, where tens of thousands of people fleeing war in Lebanon have crossed into Syria in the past 2 weeks. So people can no longer use that highway to drive out of Lebanon into Syria because it's been destroyed. Let me get you more on that. Hold on. Yes, also, Reuters says an Israeli airstrike early today left a 4-meter wide crater by Lebanon's main border crossing into Syria. blocking the road for cars full of people fleeing from Lebanon. The Israeli military says Hezbollah uses that border crossing to bring in weapons into Lebanon. Lebanese authorities have said trucks are checked and the crossing is crucial for humanitarian purposes. People were seen picking their way around the crater on foot today with suitcases and gallons of fuel to cross into Syria. Oh, I have a picture of it. I have a picture of people walking in the rubble. A picture of people, it says, walking in the rubble as they flee Lebanon at the border crossing which was struck by Israel. Hold on, I'll put this picture up on the screen. Hang on. Here's the picture from Reuters. That's people at that border crossing. And it's a crossing that people would have been using, they've been driving to get out of Lebanon, but Israel bombed the border crossing, so now they have to walk. Again, that is a Reuters picture from this article. I also want to mention what Iran's supreme leader said today. What's this here? By the way, Reuters has a video also about the big explosions from last night. I'm going to show you that too. I think it's the same image. This is the Reuters video of the huge series of airstrikes last night in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which Israel and Hezbollah have not commented on, and supposedly Israel was targeting the leading candidate to replace Nasrallah. Here is the Reuters video of that explosion right now. Hold on. Right here. This is last night. Minutes after a plane lands. Okay. I also wanted to mention what Iran's supreme leader said today, because he spoke, did a rare thing where he led prayer in Iran. Look, I have it right here. Iran's supreme leader praises missile attack on Israel, saying Iran will do it again if necessary. There is Supreme Leader Khamenei right there, in a ceremony commemorating slain Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Oops. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Okay, here's what AP says about what the Supreme Leader said today. Iran's Supreme Leader today praised Iran's recent missile strikes on Israel and said it was ready to do it again if necessary. In his first appearance as leader at Friday prayers in about 5 years, I think since Soleimani was assassinated, he said the missile strike was a shining job by Iran's armed forces. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He said in a 40-minute speech to thousands of people at the Mosalla Mosque, the main prayer site in Tehran, that the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel was a legitimate action by the Palestinian people. Again, he said in his remarks today that Hamas's attack on Israel last year, which killed around 1,200 Israelis and took over 250 hostage, he said it was a legitimate action by the Palestinian people. He also said that Iran's missile attack on Israel a few days ago was based on international law, the country's law, and Islamic beliefs. He urged nations from Afghanistan to Yemen and from Iran to Gaza and Yemen to be ready to take action against the enemy and praise those who had died doing so. He said, "Our resisting people in Lebanon and Palestine, you brave fighters, you loyal and patient people, these martyrdoms and the blood that was shed shouldn't shake your determination but make you more persistent," he said. He gave half of the speech in Arabic instead of Persian, I guess, as he addressed his comments to Arab nations. Because in Iran the main language is Persian, which is also called Farsi, I believe, if I understand that right. Yeah, Farsi is also known as Persian. Hang on. Also, his last appearance at Friday prayers was 5 years ago, after the death of Revolutionary Guard General Qasem Soleimani, who the U.S. killed in 2020 in a drone strike in Baghdad. A ceremony commemorating the death of Lebanese Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed a week ago by Israel, was held before Khamenei's speech. Most high-ranking Iranian officials attended the ceremony. Iran is Hezbollah's main backer and has sent weapons and billions of dollars to the group. Also today, the Iranian foreign minister arrived in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, where he was expected to discuss ongoing fighting between Israel and Hezbollah with Lebanese officials. All right. So just wanted to get you caught up on some of this stuff from today. We're going to take some comments from you guys. But I wanted to let you know, give you an update on the airstrikes from last night. We talked about the, what is that? New strike? Is that a new strike? What's going on? What's happening? Why is the camera zooming in? The camera is zooming in. What's happening? I don't know. By the way, I finally figured out, it took way longer than it should have, I finally figured out how to put a border around the smaller video. See how there's a border around it? Hopefully that makes it easier for you to see. I didn't know how to do it. It was kind of confusing, and I finally figured it out. So I hope that makes it easier for you to see that video up there. We have had that request. Before, there was just no border. Thank you to Nicholas A. for your support. Thank you to U.S. Patriot. Thank you to Z Fjord and Allie B. from Tennessee, and Otis Fats. Thank you, Otis Fats. Dodger Blue 79. Lee Gay, thank you. Sarah Strategy. Chuck Silly A. Carol O'Neill. Big Sky. Aaron S. Elka Booth. Camera's moving again. Our viewer from, it looks, I can't read the name, who says, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Thanks for your support. I can't, the name is in a different language, maybe Hebrew. Looks like Hebrew. Is it Darafai Saraf or Sa something? Sorry. Thank you, Shaf, as well, for your support. Oh, there's a plane coming in. A plane is coming in. This is a plane coming in. They are still taking off and landing in Beirut. My guess is it very well. The only commercial airline, I believe, is MEA operating there. Yes, this is an MEA plane from Paris to Beirut on Flight Radar 24. You can see it right there on Flight Radar 24. It's landing now. Paris to Beirut, #1 tracked worldwide. MEA is Lebanese airline. Is a Lebanese airline. So that plane just landed from Paris. Thank you, Pilsy, for your support. Pilsy points out the Rosh Hashanah holiday is now over. Some people think that Israel might have been waiting for that to end before responding to Iran. Thank you also, Julia Aceves. Indy thinks it's going to be tonight. Maybe I will ask a poll. I will ask you guys in the poll, when do you think Israel will respond? Tonight, this weekend, or later? Margaret Middleton says probably tomorrow night. Tonight is still the Sabbath. Hold on, that's... All right, here's what our viewers said. About a third say tonight, a little more than a third say this weekend on YouTube, and then 29% say later than that. And on Twitch, it is... About a third say tonight, 44% say this weekend, and 22% say later on Twitch. Give me a moment here. All right, thanks for voting in the poll. Again, more of you think it'll be this weekend, but not that much more than think it'll be tonight, and then decent chunk of you think it'll be later than that. Most of you think it'll be tonight or this weekend. Thanks for voting in the poll. I have no idea when it'll be. Al Mayadeen, Lebanese news outlet, said a few minutes ago there were sounds of explosions heard in Beirut and the southern suburbs, but those were planes breaking the sound barrier. I want to mention these new evacuation orders. There's more evacuation orders by Israel in Lebanon, even more of them. Hang on, I want to get you more updates about that. Oh, hold on a second. I would love to get this graphic. Hold on 1 sec. I'm going to show you in a little bit. So Israel has been ordering all of these dozens and dozens of Lebanese towns and cities and villages to evacuate. And Israel has been saying that its ground operation is going to be limited and targeted, but with all of these villages and towns and cities being ordered to evacuate in the south, and a bunch of them are not even near the border. A bunch of them are miles and miles away from the border. Some of them more than a dozen miles away from the border. It makes you wonder, well, why are they ordering everybody to evacuate from these places? It sounds like there's going to be a bigger operation. And again, more evacuation orders came today. I'm going to show you a map of them shortly. But for airstrikes? Is it just for airstrikes? I don't know. They've been doing airstrikes. I mean, I showed you this. This is actually from today. It was also published yesterday. Israel extends evacuation and warnings in Lebanon, signaling a wider offensive. That's from AP. Yesterday, and it happened today too, the Israeli military warned people to evacuate communities in southern Lebanon that are outside a UN-declared buffer zone, signaling it may widen a ground operation launched earlier this week against Hezbollah. Brano thinks they will level down everything step by airstrikes. Stream Junkie says they may never leave. So this is a graph from the Institute for the Study of War from yesterday. They haven't even updated it yet today. But this shows you some of these evacuations. This is at understandingwar.org. I really like this website, Institute for the Study of War. They have a lot of really good military analysis. I will post a link to this article so you can see the map in the article for yourself. So if you look at the Institute for the Study of War map, look at so this river, the Litani River, is 18 miles north of the border down here. That's 18 miles. Look at these yellow evacuation areas. Some of these yellow evacuation areas are above the Litani River. Like, I mean, the city of Nabatea, like these up here, I mean, they must be at least 15, 20 miles from the border, no matter which direction you go in. So, why are they ordering all these areas to evacuate? Everything in yellow is under an evacuation order. See, it says Israeli evacuation warnings. Yeah, they also say here, Institute for Study of War, this was yesterday. The IDF Arabic language spokesperson called on civilians to evacuate immediately from 25 towns in southern Lebanon. The spokesperson told residents they should head north of the Awali River, which is 30 miles north of the Litani River. The 25 towns the IDF identified yesterday are all north of the Litani River, which is itself 18 miles north of the border. So is this just because they're going to do big airstrikes? Are they going to do ground operations there? Doris thinks they plan to annex all that land? I should show you the actual evacuation order. Hang on, let me pull that up for you. Avike Adarai. Yeah, here's that new evacuation order from today for all these new areas. Warning to the residents of the following villages in southern Lebanon. Blah, 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 blah. Hezbollah's activities force the IDF to act forcefully against it. The IDF does not intend to harm you, so for your safety you must evacuate your homes immediately and head north of the Awali River. That is quite far from the border, the Awali River. Save your life. Anyone who is near Hezbollah members' facilities and combat means puts his life in danger. Any house used by Hezbollah for its military needs is expected to be targeted. Evacuate your homes immediately. Be careful, you are prohibited from heading south. Any direction south may expose you to danger. We will let you know when it's safe to return home. So people have to head north of the Awali River. The Awali River is here. See that red marker there? So we're talking about roughly 35 miles north of the border. Mark Mortimer says hard finding places for them to stay. It's like every day there's new announcements with like roughly 20 more towns and villages saying you have to evacuate north of the, you have to evacuate north. And one of the places they're evacuating is Nabatea, which is a city. Nabatea, according to Wikipedia, the population estimates are the metro Nabatea city is 40,000, metro is 85,000. Patricia Grace says, seems like Israel is going to clear from the back forward. Oh, there's a Pentagon briefing now? Hasn't started yet. Where? I don't see a Pentagon briefing on what I have access to. Shades of Slay. I don't see it at all. There's a White House briefing at 1:30. There is, yeah, I'm not aware of a Pentagon briefing right now. If you go to the department, look, live events, there are no scheduled live events. What are you talking about? Thank you, though, to to Shades of Slay. I appreciate that. I don't see it, but I appreciate your support. Tom Mornini, thank you. Tom thinks disrupting supply lines and demoralizing your opponent are key. Warning more places than you may hit provides both and provides optionality, psyops. That's what Tom says. Thank you, Tom, for your support. Thank you, Rob R.I., for your support. Thank you, Spencer Dixon, for your support. And 62 Midnight. When do I think they'll respond? I have no idea. I mean, it's a big decision to make. Might take them a while to figure out what to do. Might take them a while to, talk to their allies about it and come to an agreement with like the U.S. so that the U.S. feels okay with it. Maybe there's big disagreements with the U.S. Might take them a while to plan the whole operation. So I do not know. Back in April, it took them 6 days to respond to Iran back in April. Thank you, 62 Midnight. Thank you also, Mark Jennings. Mark, thank you. Maybe send feedback to YouTube about that. But thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. AM, thanks for your support. Sarah Sharma. Specific Gravity, The Dancing Dragon. Larry Lighton. Julia Aceves. Rain Tarrant. Thank you. Also, thanks so much to Vonnie Kehoe. I really appreciate that, Vonnie Kehoe. Thank you. Also, thank you to Paula Coolness. Paula Coolness. Thank you, Paula, for your support of the channel. Also, thanks to Shaggy for subscribing, JazzCon for subscribing, Sweetums on Twitch for the bits, and Ascertainment, thank you. Sorry for the delayed thank you. I'm behind on my Twitch thank yous. This is my bad. Thank you, J Dread, for the gift sub on Twitch. Thank you, Zavi Diwi, for subscribing on Twitch, and the Metalomaniac for your support, and O20A, and Zbot881 for your support on Twitch, and Adam Smith 666, and Psyops. Thank you. And also Buzzy D for subscribing on Twitch. I'm sorry I'm so behind on the Twitch thank yous. That's my bad. Thanks also to everybody modding right now. Over there on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Big thanks. Margaret Riley on Facebook is moderating. K Body as well. Ronald Egnor. Also, we have on YouTube moderating, Carms is moderating, Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you so much to our mods, and Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you. Hey, I got this article about the evacuation notices with the graphic from the Washington Post. Check this out. I want to show you this. Can I make this bigger? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Look at this graphic. Orders to evacuate more villages. So the blue dots are all the evacuation orders before today, where people have been told, go north, you must go north. The ones from yesterday were told they have to go north of the Awali River, which is all the way up here, over 30 miles from the border. But in red, the red dots are all the new evacuation orders from just today. Oh, Tyre is on the list, isn't it? Tyre is on the list today, I believe. Let me get that for you. The city of Tyre. Is it on the... I believe it is. Now, if I look at the list here, is it under another name here? I don't know. I believe I read that Tyre was on the list. I have to look it up. Hold on. Well, I thought I read it, but regardless, no, didn't Manny Fabian mention this? I can't find it. No, this isn't the evacuation warning for like 10 minutes from now. They're telling people this isn't like they're going to bomb these villages right now. That's different from the ones where they tell the people to leave near a building. This is telling like entire villages and towns to leave. All the civilians. So, anyways, there's clearly in the air, I don't know if Tyre itself is under evacuation, but there's clearly evacuations in Tyre, in the area, in the general area. But those red dots you see from that Washington Post graphic, those are just, the red dots are the new evacuation orders just for today. Those are all different villages and towns, every dot. So we don't know why Israel, I mean, they're obviously evacuating because they're going to take action against these towns somehow. But what exactly they're going to do, we don't know. But look at the number of towns and villages and cities that have been told to evacuate and go north. By the way, the Litani River, this is 18 miles. That's 18 miles. That's about 35 miles. Terry says, I pray these villages can get somewhere safe. Ryan thinks it's Gaza all over again. Now, this is a much bigger place than Gaza is. Let me also mention what they wrote about this in the Post. Israel expands evacuation notices in southern Lebanon. The Israeli Defense Forces continue to expand its evacuation orders in southern Lebanon, naming more than 30 additional villages it said residents should evacuate. They said Hezbollah's activities had caused the IDF to act forcefully, and said any homes used by Hezbollah for military purposes could expect to be targeted. The IDF urged residents to travel north of the Awali River. The river is some 36 miles from the Israeli border, far beyond the edge of the UN-declared buffer zone designated in 2006 after a war between Israel and Hezbollah. Lebanese officials estimate the number of displaced people in Lebanon to be 1.2 million, which is over 20% of the population, as Israel has continued with its ground invasion in the south and bombardment from the air of targets throughout the country. Yes, we will be covering the U.S. election in November. Again, I don't know what the exact plan is, but this is a lot of villages and towns that have been told to evacuate and go miles and miles away. This isn't like at night where they say if you live near this building, get away from the building like 500 meters away. This is entire villages and towns being told you need to all leave and you need to go miles and miles away. These towns today in red are told to go north of the Awali River. That's like 15 or 20 miles away, if not more. They're not being told to go a mile away. Thanks, Bernard Bork, who thinks missiles cache is why evacuations. Some of the viewers think Israel's going to create a buffer zone. Oops, sorry. I wanted to show you that graphic. I wanted to show you, but I have it a different place. Hold on. Where is it? I have it on its own. Where is it here? Where is that graphic? Right here. There it is. IDF orders to evacuate. Oh, hold on. You can see the key. See, it says 5 miles is that length. Look at that. That's quite a graphic. All right, so that is something to keep an eye on, guys. I mean, I think that's a huge deal. Terry says it's a dangerous situation for these people. Thank you to Charlie Ray for your support, and Tracy Hessels, and Chris Silva, and Bob. Can you mention kilometers next to miles? It is 1.6, roughly 1.6 kilometers per mile. I'll try to mention it sometimes. So I'm wondering if there's going to be ground operations in a bunch of these places. Are they just evacuating the whole place for airstrikes, or are they going to really expand their ground operation? That's what I'm wondering. Also, are there going to be more strikes in Beirut tonight? The last 3 nights there have been heavy airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Once it got dark, we'll see what happens. We'll see if they order any more evacuations. Sorry, I'm just checking for a couple updates here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Every so often, I need to just make sure I'm not missing any new updates. You know what's interesting? I think one of these recent rocket alerts, it looked like maybe it was a small alert because it was like 1 or 2 alarms, but I think it was a lot of rockets. I think the IDF just said something about this. Actually, okay, so there were a bunch of rocket alerts when we came on the air. First of all, a short time ago, the Israeli Air Force intercepted 2 suspicious aerial targets crossing from Lebanon, and no damage and no casualties. Regarding the alerts that happened at 11:03 a.m. Eastern time. So like kind of there were 4 different alerts kind of right when we came on the air. There were I think 3 or 4 alerts. These were between 11:03 a.m. Eastern time and 11:28 a.m. Eastern time. So roughly 6 to 6:30 p.m. local time. The first of those alerts was in Kiryat Shimona area. About 15 rockets were detected that crossed. Some were intercepted and the rest fell in open areas. The second alert in the Mitzpe Par area, about 20 rockets were identified that crossed and fell in open areas. There were no casualties. In the third alert, in the Avivim area, about 25 rockets came. So that was interesting. I have to remember that, you can have an alert. You can have an alert in a lot of places, but doesn't mean there's that many rockets. But just because there's like an alert in one place doesn't mean it's not a bunch of rockets. So the alert in the Avim area, which was not many places, not many sirens in many places, about 25 rockets were detected that crossed. Some were intercepted, and the rest fell in open areas. There were no casualties. And then there was one more alert in the Sasa region. About 10 rockets were identified that crossed and fell in open areas. There were no casualties. So if you add it up, that is a total of 70 rockets from those 4 alerts. That's when we were just coming on the air. No casualties reported from any of them. Now, obviously, that shows that there is work for Israel to do if they want to achieve their goal, which they say is moving tens of thousands of Israelis, allowing them to move back to northern Israel by making it safe for them. Safe for what? Safe from the rocket attacks and, other attacks like drone attacks and missile attacks from Hezbollah that Hezbollah has been launching on northern Israel since last October. So clearly Hezbollah maintains the capacity to fire rockets at northern Israel. Hey, thanks, Gregory Prim. That is so nice of you. I really appreciate that, Gregory. Very generous of you. Thank you. Robert R., I did not see the Supreme Leader's speech. About 15 or 20 minutes ago, I read an article about the speech. We discussed it here. But I did not see it. Look, it's from what I read about it, it wasn't anything different than I thought. I don't know that there were any big surprises in the speech. He did say that he thought the Hamas attack was justified. I don't want to read the whole thing again, but really quick. He praised the missile attack on Israel, said Iran would do it again if necessary. This is from an AP article. He said the missile barrage against Israel was based on international law, the country's law, and Islamic beliefs. He urged nations from Afghanistan to Yemen and from Iran to Gaza and Yemen to be ready to take action against Israel, the enemy, and praised those who had died doing so. He said the Hamas-led attack on Israel was a legitimate action by the Palestinian people. That is from Associated Press. I did not see it, though. Thank you so much, Robert R. Reuters says that the supreme leader of Iran told a huge crowd in Tehran that Iran and its regional allies would not back down 2 days after Tehran raised the stakes when it fired missiles at Israel. He said the resistance in the region will not back down even with the killing of its leaders in a rare appearance leading Friday prayers, mentioning Nasrallah in his speech and calling Iran's attack on Israel legal and legitimate. He said Iran will not procrastinate nor act hastily to carry out its duty in confronting Israel without issuing a direct new threat to Israel or the United States, but grasping the barrel of a rifle that stood to his left. The semi-official Iranian news agency SNN quoted the Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander Ali Fadavi as saying on Friday that if Israel attacks, Tehran would in turn target Israeli energy and gas installations. You know, I can actually turn up the brightness on this, on the Beirut shot a little bit. I think I turned it back down at the end of last night, but I had bumped it up a little bit. Yeah, that's a little better. You can see the buildings a little bit there now. There's an article with some analysis about how Israel's going to respond. I'm going to talk about that in a second. Is the power out, or is that area dark for strikes? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going on in that area. And is the power out in that area? I don't know. Was it like that last night? I don't remember. Ruth says it's just dark. Vicky says it was. Shelly says it wasn't this black. Christian Hansel says it's been dark the last nights. I honestly don't know. I mean, clearly the foreground is not dark and the background is not dark. I mean, there's been a bunch of strikes in the southern suburbs, so I wouldn't be surprised if that impacted the electric there, but I just don't know. It's a good question. Thanks to Otis Fats and Wesley 2X. I appreciate that. Thank you. And Aloha Charles and Clearly Crystal Clear. And Ophono 101 over there on Twitch. And Wayne in NH on Twitch. And Out of Blanks to Give. Thanks for subscribing. Hang on a moment. So people have sent me some things, so I was just trying to get caught up and look at some of the things people have sent me. Oh, yeah, thanks to Leland Porter mentioned that Manny Fabian of Times of Israel had posted about the big airstrike last night, which we were covering in southern suburbs of Beirut. He said, according to the IDF, the overnight heavy airstrike in Beirut targeted Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. They are not saying who was at the underground bunker in Beirut's southern suburbs. New York Times and Axios said the target was Hashem Safiuddin, the head, the presumed successor to Hassan Nasrallah. Hezbollah has not commented on that strike. Israel has not said anything about whether that person was killed in the strike. So we could be getting an announcement on that at any time. Eliezer says, I would be shocked if Israel attacked Iran on Shabbat, which goes from tonight until tomorrow night. They might, but it's unlikely. That's what our viewer Eliezer says. So we're waiting to hear more about that big strike last night. We could get news on that at any time. At some point, Israel is expected to respond to Iran. Also, I don't know if there's going to be airstrikes tonight in the Beirut suburbs like there have been the last several nights. So we will have to see what happens. Hang on. Hang on. Our viewer Xenodermis asked about the 2020 Beirut explosion. Whether there's any connection to this, I'm not. What's going on now? I'm not aware of any big connection. I'm not an expert on that explosion, but that explosion was caused when a large amount of ammonium nitrate stored at the port of Beirut exploded, killing at least 218, injuring 7,000, and causing 15 billion US in property damage, and left 300,000 people homeless. A cargo of 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate had been stored in a warehouse without proper safety measures for the previous 6 years after Lebanese authorities confiscated it from an abandoned ship. That blast was felt throughout Lebanon and also felt in Turkey, Syria, Palestine, Jordan, and Israel, as well as parts of Europe. It was detected by the USGS as a magnitude 3.3 seismic event. It is considered one of the most powerful non-nuclear explosions on record. And that was located at the port of Lebanon. So Wikipedia shows you where that is. It's to the east of like downtown Beirut. No, it's right in Beirut. The port of Lebanon is right here. It's like up here somewhere. Port of Beirut, right there. That's where it was, in the port of Beirut. Crazy. That was in 2020. I don't think I have a clip that I have the rights to I can play you. I just saw something. I want to mention. If I can find it. Where is the original report? I can't find the original report. Al Jazeera claims that Israeli army radio claims that the army is going to expand the ground operation soon. They just posted that, but I don't know the original source. If I see the original report in Israeli media, I'll let you know. I'm going to check some of the Israeli media and see if anybody else is reporting that. Hang on. I just saw this from Haaretz. Haaretz says the IDF estimates it will take several weeks until the residents of Israel's north can return to their homes. And even then, the IDF can't guarantee there will be no rocket or anti-tank missile attacks. I'm just seeing that from Haaretz right now. So, I mean, that suggests that this operation will go on for at least several weeks. If you missed it, Israel said that 2 soldiers were killed and over 20 injured. I believe it was 2 seriously injured. Yes, this was in a drone attack where a drone came from Iraq. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says, according to an IDF probe, what was that? What was that? Was that in Beirut? I think that was in Beirut, but because I saw the other Beirut camera kind of shake, but I don't know if that was just something with the camera or something. I don't know if that was something where the Reuters camera is, because the Reuters camera shook a little bit. That's the Reuters camera. Yeah, it's, oh, you know what? It could have, I mean, somebody said it sounded like a mortar shot, but the only volume I have on is from the western border and the northwestern border, and we haven't heard anything on that camera. So I don't know what that was. I mean, it's possible that, like, the person operating the Reuters camera just, like, dropped something and it made a loud bang and it sounded like a boom from outside, because the AFP camera isn't doing anything and the Reuters camera actually was, like, bouncing up and down. I think somebody, like, bumped into the Reuters camera or something. I think. That's my thought. Anyways, again, 2 Israeli soldiers killed, over 20 injured, 2 seriously, when a drone came from Iraq. 2 drones were launched from Iraq. 1 was shot down, and the second impacted an army base in the northern Golan Heights. I'll see if I see any Lebanese media reporting on any kind of new strikes. I don't see any new reporting in Lebanese media about new strikes in the Beirut area. How is the volume on the eastern border shot? See, I would turn on the eastern border shot. The shot I have on the north, on the top, is the western border, but it's so windy there. Actually, it's not as windy right now. Maybe I'll put that up there. Maybe I'll put, it's still kind of windy. I'm going to do it. I'm going to put the other border shot up. And it might be a little windy. The sound might be a little windy, but you might hear some, like, artillery or something. So we'll do that for a second. You know, I need just like a minute. Give me literally 1 minute. Coming right back. Oops, that's a typo. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Hang on. Thanks for your patience. We are back. Let's see here. In case you didn't see it, right before we came on the air, I saw on the tire camera, this was earlier, but just as an example of stuff going on, Israel carrying out various airstrikes. Let me show you this. Earlier in Tyre. So let me just show you guys what I saw right before coming on the air. This is right before we came on the air. In Tyre, Lebanon. Watch this. Look at that. Right before we went live. Some big airstrikes right before we went live in Tyre, Lebanon. So there's all kinds of airstrikes going on in various parts of Lebanon regularly. It's just a lot of times we don't have cameras there. But I mean, that looks pretty big. And I just happened to see it. I just happened to look over at the tire camera right before we went live. Jan says it's just average. I mean, there's look at down there too, you know, so it's just an example. Thank you, by the way, to Otis Fats for your support. Did I thank Terrence Parks? Thanks, Terrence Parks. I don't know what was hitting those strikes. I don't know if they were buildings or, you know, open areas, maybe with something underneath or something. I can't tell you. But just happened to catch it right before I went live. Oh, I just heard a boom. I just heard a boom right now. I just heard a boom. Now, where did that come from? Was that from the border? I think that's in Beirut. I think the camera's moving. It sounds like it was in Beirut. But the camera's moving. See, I show you a video and then that happens. So it sounds like maybe there was an explosion in Beirut because the camera moved, although it's not focusing on anything. Was there a flash? You probably couldn't see it because I was showing you that video. Let me check Lebanese news. I don't yet see anything from Lebanese news. Now, that could have been a boom from the border. That could have been a border boom and not a boom from inside Beirut. Kind of, but again, when we went back, the camera did move a bit, so I don't know. But no reporting yet on any kind of strike in the Beirut area, which there will be if it happened. There certainly have been a number of booms on the camera, that northern camera there. The problem is it might get confusing again when you hear a boom and you don't know which camera it's on. Sean Fox is watching from Alberta, Canada. Oh, sorry. It's not earlier anymore. Nothing yet. I see nothing yet about a strike in Beirut. Nothing. So, when there's a strike in the Beirut area, it gets reported. All right, that sounds like it's from the border. That is from the border. That's not Beirut. That's the camera on the top there, I bet. That must be the northern border camera. When it's that loud like that, that's that northern border camera. Abith, I'm not going to pronounce it. I think it's Abith. Hold on. There's a JTH. I don't know how to pronounce JTH. Anyway, we have a viewer from India. I don't know how to pronounce JTH. Jith? Abhijith? Okay. Some folks have asked about Yemen. By the way, I'm also not aware of any new evacuation orders for the Beirut area tonight. If I hear any of that, I will certainly let you know. I don't know if they've happened the last few nights. I don't know if they'll happen again tonight. Oh, I had something I wanted to mention to you. When I get a second here. AP has a report here, by the way. U.S. and Britain launch airstrikes by fighter jets and ships on Yemen's Houthi-backed rebels, guys. AP says the U.S. and British militaries struck more than a dozen Houthi targets in Yemen on Friday, going after weapon systems, bases, and other equipment belonging to the Iran-backed rebels. The Israelis struck the Houthis a couple days ago. Military aircraft and warships bombed Houthi strongholds at roughly 5 locations, according to the officials. Houthi media said 7 strikes hit the airport in Hodeidah, a major port city, and the Khatib area, which has a Houthi-controlled military base. 4 more strikes hit the Sayana area in Sana'a, the capital, and 2 strikes hit Damar province. The Houthi media office also reported 3 air raids in Baida province, southeast of Sana'a. These strikes came just days after the Houthis threatened escalating military operations targeting Israel after they apparently shot down a U.S. military drone flying over Yemen. And just last week, the Houthis claimed responsibility for an attack targeting American warships. I believe that was an attack in which dozens of drones and missiles were fired, but none of them, there was no damage to the U.S. ships. Yes, the rebels, the Houthis fired more than a half dozen ballistic missiles and anti-ship cruise missiles, and 2 drones at 3 U.S. ships that were traveling through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, but all were intercepted by the Navy destroyers, according to several U.S. officials. I thought the number was higher than that of what was fired, but anyways. The officials spoke on condition of anonymity. Houthis have targeted more than 80 merchant vessels with missiles and drones since the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza started last October. They have seized 1 vessel and sunk 2 in the campaign that has also killed 4 sailors. Other missiles and drones have either been intercepted by a U.S.-led coalition in the Red Sea or failed to reach their targets, which have included Western military vessels. The Houthis have maintained that they target ships linked to Israel, the U.S., or the U.K. to force an end to Israel's campaign against Hamas in Gaza. However, many of the ships attacked have little to no connection to the conflict, including some bound for Iran. So again, U.S. and British launched airstrikes today by fighter jets and ships on Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels. I guess it should be Houthi. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. According to Wikipedia, it's Houthi, not Houthi. So I'll go with Houthi from now on. Pear says it is TH. TRK says wiki pronunciation is right. Also, one of our viewers mentioned that the Houthis released a video. Again, that boom I think is on the border, artillery. One of our viewers mentioned that the Houthis released a video of them attacking a ship. The news outlet The National reported that the Houthis released a video of their attack on an oil tanker that was struck by missiles and explosive boats on Tuesday. Tanker trackers said the ship was empty after delivering oil. Our viewer Eobard mentioned that Al Mayadeen is saying that there is artillery shelling in the north by Israel of a southern Lebanese town, Kfar Kila, and also there have been Israeli airstrikes on Kfar Kila that's near the border. Maybe some of the booms we've heard are that. Hey, Richard Foley, that's so nice of you. Wow. Thanks, Richard Foley, for your support. I think I might be behind on my thank yous. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Thank you to Richard Foley. I am a little behind, sorry. Richard Foley, thank you. Jim R. gave a bunch of people memberships in the chat. That's really nice of you, Jim. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or gift subscription. Thank you, Jim R. Thank you to our new member, Sean Fox. Thank you to Internetter Hey in Norway. Thanks for your support. Also, Big Boss. Would Russia help Iran militarily? So I can't say for sure. It's an interesting question. But remember, Russia is involved in a war in Ukraine where they have invaded Ukraine. And they are using a lot of their military resources for that. So, for example, a Wall Street Journal article I read a couple days ago said that the only realistic country that Iran could use to resupply its air defense missiles would be Russia, but Russia needs those missiles for the Ukraine war. So something to keep in mind is they're fighting in Ukraine and using a lot of their resources for that. But also, I don't think, I'm sure Russia does not want something bad to happen to Iran. They don't want, it would be bad for Russia if there was some kind of popular revolution overthrowing the theocratic regime in Iran, and it became a country that was more close to Israel and the United States. The question as to what can Russia do about that, I don't know. Because it's not like it's going to be a ground war between Israel and Iran. So I don't know what... I get that Russia doesn't want, say, the Iranian regime to collapse, but what they might do to prevent that from happening, I don't know. Remember a few years ago when Belarus's dictator, Lukashenko, from all signs, lost the election by a lot, and then he refused to step down. Or well, he basically, they announced results. I've basically tried to steal the election there. That I forget whether he didn't announce results, or they announced results that were just totally not in keeping with what the evidence suggested. And then there were like nationwide protests in Belarus. We covered them, widespread protests across the country, which is a dictatorship. But then Russia helped out. It's right next to Russia, and Russia helped Lukashenko violently put down the protests. There was violent punishment and attacks on protesters, and people got imprisoned and killed and injured. And Russia reportedly gave a lot of help to Lukashenko and basically kept him in power. I don't know, but they're right on the border with Russia. I don't know again. I'm sure Russia doesn't want the Islamic regime to fail in Iran. What they might do to prevent that happening, I don't know. I think that's an interesting question. I think the booms we've been hearing are from the border area, by the way. Hang on one moment. Oh, the White House press briefing, did it start yet? The White House press briefing is about to start. Let me put that on, guys. Hold on a second here. I'm going to put that on. Give me a moment here. Just give me one moment. I wanted to try to find you some more background on the whole Lukashenko thing. I have read numerous articles that talked about Russia helping Lukashenko after the election put down the protests. One of the viewers questioned that, so I'm going to try to find you an article talking about it. Thank you so much, Kerry Poteet, for your support, for the gift memberships. Also, Ganoons for your support. Really appreciate that. Creek Dreamer 62, thank you. Creek Dreamer says if Russia helped Iran, that could end any relationship they have with Israel. It would certainly serve Ukraine well for Russia to have another enemy. Thank you, Ali T, for your support, and D. Harrell, and James Braver. I saw a new rocket alert. The new rocket alert is here. That's in near Kiryat Shimona. Oh, I should put on that camera. Hold on, let me get the camera back on. Here's the camera. We got the camera. We got the sirens. The sirens are on. Sirens are on in northern Israel. Did I miss them? The sirens were on. You just heard sirens. You just heard them at the border. We caught the end of the sirens. Any explosions? So these rocket alerts are right near this area where the camera is here. One is in Kiryat, one is in this area, Kiryat Shimona, and some north of there. I thought I got there pretty quick. Maybe I missed interceptions, but normally if you get there that quick, you catch them. Trying to Survive said there were no explosions. I mean, there might have been before I got there, but I felt like I got over there pretty quick. Anyways, I'll leave that up there for a second, but I'm going to put the White House press briefing up there. So there's an article, if you want to read it, in The Economist from early this year, February 2024, that says Belarus prepares for another fraudulent election. It says its dictator has been teaming up with Russia to crush dissent. In the article, it says that, for example, hold on. Vladimir Putin, the Kremlin loaned Lukashenko $1.5 billion to help him stamp out protests in 2020. They talk about how the opposition candidate in 2020 was awarded just 9.9% of the vote. Most analysts believe she won. And they say Vladimir Putin has bankrolled Mr. Lukashenko's crackdown. Cheap loans and energy from Russia have kept the Belarusian economy afloat even as Western sanctions have been ramped up. Anyways, I don't like to make an assertion without telling you something about where I got the information. So if you want to read more, you can. I just want to give you an article with a little information backing up what I said. But feel free to research it yourself and come to your own conclusions. Anyways, that's not the topic of this broadcast, but I did want to mention it. Oh, hold on. I got to get back to the briefing. Maybe I'll turn down the volume on that. We don't need to be hearing them talk and everything. Or maybe a little less loud, I don't know. You know, I meant to read some comments from you guys, though, but sorry, I got caught up doing something. I don't know if you guys have thoughts. It's an interesting question about the whole Russia thing, because look, you know, if Russia or China, I think, sees something happening in the world that's not to their liking, I mean, Russia has a record of this, they're going to take action. So I do think Russia is probably concerned that, you know, what's going on could possibly lead to regime change in Iran, which would be bad for Russia. That's something Russia does not want. So you think then, well, what would Russia do to try to prevent that? And I don't have a good answer for you. So that's what I was talking about. So I don't know if people said stuff in the comments. I was going to read some of your comments. But that's important for Russia. Could you imagine if Iran, I mean, first of all, you know, Iran is like obviously is supplying Russia with drones and reportedly missiles for their war in Ukraine. But also, like, that'd be a big deal for Russia to not have that ally in the Middle East, and to have you know, Iran be a country that's much more close to Israel in the West. Danette says this is why many people fear worldwide conflict in the future. Thank you, Jacko24, for your support for our new member. By the way, Kerry Poteet gave 50 people memberships. Wow. Kerry, that's so generous of you. Thank you. Kerry gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. So nice of her. Make sure you thank Kerry for the membership. It's really nice of you. Also, thanks to Prayers, Hugs, and Love, our new member. Philip, Tip Lady, thanks for your support. Kerry also gave some people memberships before that. Wow. Thank you so much, Kerry. That's really nice. She gave 70. Yeah. Wow, that's really nice of you, Kerry. Thank you so much. Really kind of Kerry Poteet. Also, thanks to Jack's Animals for subscribing on Twitch, and Sharonator for subscribing from Germany, and Mr. Society for subscribing on Twitch. The Iranian government plane right now on the flight radar, it's an Iranian government plane on flight radar in Beirut at the airport there. Is that the foreign minister's plane? The Iranian foreign minister was there today. I don't know if he went back yet, but the Iranian foreign minister was there today. So would that be his plane? Just landed? Oh, people are saying it just landed. No, it didn't, did it? Oh, it just landed. It did it? I don't know. Or is it taking? It looks like it's taking off. Looks like it's taking off right now. Doesn't it look like it's taking off? Yes. Yeah, the altitude's going up. It's taking off. It's taking off right now. It's literally taking off. It just took off. It just took off. You can see it taking off. So I do wonder if maybe that was the plane. Is that the plane carrying the foreign minister back? That I do not know. That's from Flight Radar 24. Hey, I don't want to hijack the broadcast and talk about this. Maybe we can talk about it later or something, or on a different video. But I do want to say thanks. A bunch of people are talking about it in the chat. We just hit 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. Wow, that is insane. That's pretty crazy. It just happened. And people are talking about it in the chat. So I do want to thank everybody, not just on YouTube, but on our other platforms. We have so many viewers who watch on our different platforms. And I really appreciate your support for the channel. When I started it, I didn't know if anybody would watch. But you are an enormous part of the channel, and that's super nice of you guys to watch and subscribe to the channel. So big thank you. Again, I don't want to hijack the broadcast with it, but I do very much appreciate all of our subscribers on YouTube and on Twitch and on Facebook and on X as well. So thank you for supporting the channel. And I just want to say thanks also to Jonathan. Hang on. Hey, Jonathan Terleski, that's very generous of you, Jonathan. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Also, Jason Cornwall, our new member, died in Brooklyn. Marcel Kern, thank you, Marcel, for the gift memberships. Otis Fats, Annie L., Red Wolf, David Andrade, Weirwood Net, thank you. Lord Cog, thank you so much. Tishko 305, Darren McCarroll, Turdy Turt, Philip Tip Lady, thank you. Elizabeth, that's very generous of you. Thanks so much, Elizabeth. Our new members, Heavenly, Jacko24, thank you. It's really kind of you guys. Rosemary Hill, thank you, Rosemary, for the gift memberships. Much appreciated. And let's thank our moderators. Look, there would not be a channel without our moderators. They have been with us every step of the way, our moderators. So huge thanks to our moderators for all they do. Ruth Grafasi over there right now, and all of our YouTube moderators, thank you. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star. I got that Fire Papa Bear and Surly Dev, all of them as well. Our Twitch moderators. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson. All of our other Facebook moderators, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Wouldn't have a channel without the moderators. So, huge thanks to them. Thank you to David Rivera and Debbie James for your support, and Tammy and Jellyfish Sinatra and Bebop and Rocksteady and Sure Jesslyn and Mimas Mama and Vicky Joe and everybody saying congrats in the chats. Diane Allworth and Jared Sparks, our subscribers over on Facebook. Paula Thompson. KK, Erin J. Thanks everybody for your congratulations. It's very nice of you. And thank you, Earn Me Tea, for the gift memberships. Wow. And Marnie, thank you for the gift memberships. And Vicky Joe, thanks for being a member. Jonk to Jonk, thank you. Pseudo, thank you. I didn't see the plane taking off. Could you guys see that plane taking off on this video? I looked and I didn't see it, but maybe I wasn't looking at the right place. Thanks for all the congratulations, guys. Very nice of you. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks also to Leonard Nijman. Leonard Nijman, thank you, Leonard. Peppermint Patty, thank you. La Rose, thank you. Otis Fats, thank you. Val, thank you. I agree. Val says we all deserve a big round of applause for being such loyal members of this channel. Everybody who's watched, thank you. I really appreciate you guys watching and supporting the channel. Thank you. Supporting just by watching. Health Interested, thanks for being a new member. Thank you so much, Big Sky. Much appreciated. I should go back and look on the stream for the plane. Back and look on the stream for the. Oh, I see it taking off. I can see the plane taking off. I'll show you guys. Look, here's the plane taking off a little while ago. Oops, that didn't work. That did not work. Hang on. I'll show you. I'll show you. Look. Look right here. Look right there. You'll see the plane taking off. That's the Iranian plane taking off. See right there, right in there. You can see it right in there taking off. Right in there. There it is. That was about 10 minutes ago. I just heard a couple booms. I don't know if those are from... were those from the border or those from... Those could be from the northern border because I have the sound on. They could be from Beirut area, but I'm going to assume they're from northern border. Thank you to Strategy. It's really nice of you, Strategy. Thank you. Also, K-Jack, our new member. And again, thanks to everybody for your congratulations. I really do appreciate that. Super nice of you. Thanks, Christopher Anderson, too. Thanks for saying, I appreciate that, Christopher. Thanks for saying congrats, Julie Deed. VV. Sweet country living in Michigan. Why is... R. Kitch, thanks for all the thank yous in the chat. Hey, hang on now. Hey, thanks also, Tipsy Gypsy. That's so kind of you, Tipsy Gypsy. Very generous of you. Thanks for your support. Thanks also so much, Mimos Mama. I really appreciate that. Susie Drip. Thank you, Susie. So nice of you. Appreciate you watching and your support. Courtney Scott, our member. Jason T, our new member. Geraldine Carstensen. Been a member for 3 years, over 3 years. Thank you, Geraldine. And everybody for watching and saying thanks. Thank you, guys. Maybe we'll talk about it on a future broadcast, or if I ever broadcast, if the news ever allows me to broadcast on my personal channel again, we can talk about it there. I believe that boom that is from the northern border. I should put the northern border camera up on the screen because that's what we're hearing. Let me put that up on the screen as an additional camera. I'll make it small. No, I don't want to do that. This is from the northern border. I'm going to put a little border around it. Oops. That's the northern border there. I have nowhere to put it. I'll put it right there. We're hearing a bunch of artillery fire, it sounds like, from the northern border right now. So that's why you're hearing those booms. Yeah, having that white border really helps, like when it's dark out. At least you can tell it's a different camera. This needs to go. We are hearing a bunch of artillery fire or tank fire from that northern border camera right now. We're hearing a lot right now, guys. Is something going on? Is that why we're hearing something? I mean, is this like a new thing? It's a lot of it. We're hearing a lot. Is there some major ground operation going on right now? Why are we hearing so much of it? It's a lot, guys. We're hearing a lot of it, aren't we? It's usual. I mean, we've had the camera on the last couple days and heard some of it. This is a lot. How about the other border? This is a lot of firing. Hey, thanks to Miss Gem, our new member. Thanks to Val for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thanks to G. Scott Deary. Karg Island, that is. The Iranian oil island, Karg Island. Kharg, I think. Eliza, thank you. Thanks, Eliza, for your support. Thank you, Brett Yates, 1 for the gift memberships. Thank you to John W. for the gift memberships. Thank you. Thank you, XP, for your support. Thank you, XP. And Val and Clonk, thank you. And Holy Moly, our new member. Thanks, Clearly Crystal Clear, for the bits. And Killer Queen for the bits. Killer Queen 23. Mattis RP for subscribing on Twitch. Applications for the gift sub on Twitch. Thank you. And all of you for watching the channel and supporting the channel. Hey, the White House press briefing is about to start. Let's watch at least the beginning of it. And I'll keep the audio on from northern Israel near the border, where we're hearing a lot of outgoing fire, it sounds like. Thank you, Ada60, our new member. And X Violanti X on Twitch for subscribing. See if I see any reporting about the northern border, because I think we're hearing a lot of artillery fire myself. Sounds like a lot to me. Thank you, Kender, so much. Thanks, Miss Gem, for the gift memberships. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron S., our new member. Thank you. Wait, Biden's there? Biden is there. Hey, Biden is there. Biden is speaking. Look, it's Biden.
Good afternoon.
It's Biden.
The past 2 days we've gotten some very good news about the American economy. Just yesterday, shipping carriers, after some discussion, the International Longshoremen Union came to an agreement to keep the ports in the East Coast and the Gulf ports open. We averted what could have become a major crisis for the country, and a tentative agreement which includes record wage increases for dock workers and shows the importance of collective bargaining and represents, I think, critical progress toward a strong contract. I especially want to thank the carriers, the port operators, and the Longshoremen's Union for reaching this agreement at a time when the nation has experienced such terrible devastation from Hurricane Helene. It was truly a service to the American people for all these parties to come together to respond to our request to keep the ports open. I was determined to avert a crisis at this moment because it's a critical moment. If we didn't do this now, we'd have a real problem. I also want to thank my White House team for the work they've worked around the clock to bring the parties together. But today, we got more incredible news. Although the strength of the American economy it's about the strength of the American economy. New jobs report, as you all know, you've been reporting, created 250,000 jobs in September. The expectation was for 150,000 jobs in September, which has far exceeded that number. Not only the previous 2 months was the previous 2 months was revised up 75,000 jobs. And from the very beginning, we were told time and again that the policies we were pursuing, we'd put forward weren't going to work, make things worse, including some of the other team are still saying they're going to make things worse. But we've proven them wrong. You know, we've told our we were told our American rescue plan was too big and it would crowd out private investment. We proved them wrong. We vaccinated the nation and got immediate economic relief to people in need. When I came to office, determined to end trickle-down economics and grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. I know you're tired of hearing me say that over and over again, but that was the policy. That remains the policy. Because when you do that, everyone does well. When the middle class grows, the nation's stronger. And the nation's stronger when there's a strong union movement as well. We were told it wouldn't work, but I was also determined to do what was ignored for much too long. Presidents have been authorized since the 30s to be able to spend the money given by Congress to spend the money on hiring American workers and using American product where they were available. And that's what we did. We were told that was going to be a big problem. But all the money I was authorized to spend by the Congress has gone to hiring American workers and using American products. We were told it wasn't going to be. We were told that was going to be a big problem, but it's working. We're also told that our historic laws to invest in America and all Americans would crowd out private sector investment. Well, that was proven wrong too. We've attracted nearly $1 trillion since we've come to office in private sector investment from domestic and foreign companies investing in America. In America. Not this stuff of shipping jobs overseas for cheaper labor and bringing back a product to America. We're building it here and sending it overseas. And look at the results. Across the board, unemployment is down to 4.1%. And every month, in fact, that Vice President Harris and I have been in office, we've created jobs every single month. The nation has now created 16 million jobs since I've come to office, more jobs created in a single presidential term than any time in American history. Our GDP shows our economy grew at 10% under my administration. Unemployment reached the lowest level in 50 years. We're also told inflation couldn't come down without massive job losses or sending the economy into economic recession. Once again, outside experts were wrong. Inflation has come down. Wages have gone up faster than prices. Interest rates are down. Record 19 million new business applications have been filed for. The stock market continues to reach new heights. We've got more work to do, though. Keep getting prices down, like more affordable housing, extending what I've done for seniors and lowering prescription drug costs by letting Medicare negotiate the prices, make sure that's available to everyone. And by the way, what we've done so far, just when we brought down the prices for seniors under Medicare, it saved the taxpayers billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. Saved the taxpayers billions of dollars. That's important to note, because they don't have to pay the exorbitant and irrational prices that these companies are charging. The simple fact is we've gone from economy in crisis to literally having the strongest economy in the world. And but we've got more work to do. We've got more work to do to deal with the things I've just mentioned, and we're going to have to deal with unforeseen cost of what this hurricane is going to cost. It's going to cost a lot of money. And I'm going to probably have to ask the Congress before we leave for more money to deal with some of those problems. But that remains to be seen. I'll take a few questions before I turn it over to you. Pick out people.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Josh.
Thanks again for doing this, Mr. President. Two questions. The first, Florida Senator Marco Rubio described today's jobs report as having fake numbers. What do you make of that, and how worried are you that many Americans are hearing that the jobs numbers aren't real?
Look, I'm going to be very careful here. If you notice, anything the MAGA Republicans don't like, they call fake. Anything. The job numbers are what the job numbers are. They're real. They're sincere. They're what we are. And by the way, just look at how the EU talks about us, how they like to have an economy like ours. Just talk about the rest of the world looks at us and what we're doing. So well, I don't want to get going.
And then secondly, could you clarify some of your comments yesterday with regard to strikes on Iranian oil facilities? What did you mean by them, given some of the reactions we're seeing in the market?
Well, look, the Israelis have not concluded what they're going to do in terms of a strike. That's under discussion. I think there are, if I were in their shoes, I'd be thinking about other alternatives than striking oil fields.
Thank you, Kareem. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for being here. This week, Senator Chris Murphy said it's certainly a possibility that the Israeli government is not going to sign any diplomatic agreement prior to the election, which is what you have been calling for so long, potentially to try to influence the result. Do you agree? Do you have any worries that Netanyahu may be trying to influence the election and that's why he has not agreed to a diplomatic solution?
No administration has helped Israel more than I have. None. 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 And I think Bibi should remember that. And whether he's trying to influence the election or not, I don't know, but I'm not counting on that.
You've said many times recently that you want to speak to him, that you plan to.
No, I didn't say plan to. I didn't say want to.
You don't want to?
No, I didn't say that. You're making it sound like I'm seeking and then speaking. I'm assuming when they make the judgment of how they're going to respond, we will then have a discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for being here. What are you advising the Israelis to do in terms of their retaliation to Iran? And at this point, you still haven't spoken to Netanyahu. Is it fair to say that you have little personal influence over what he decides to do?
No. Look, our teams are in contact 12 hours a day. They're constantly in contact. I've already had my presidential daily brief. We've already had interface between our military, the diplomats. It's in constant contact. They are trying to figure out, and it's high holidays as well. They're not going to make a decision immediately, and so we're going to wait to see when they want to talk.
But over the past few months, they've consistently defied your administration's own advice. So do you believe that the Israelis are going to listen to the advice you're giving them?
What I know is the plan that I put together received the support of the UN Security Council, the vast majority of our allies around the world, as a way to bring this to an end. Look, the Israelis have every right to respond to the vicious attacks on them, not just from the Iranians, but from everyone from Hezbollah to the Houthis. Anyway, and but the fact is that they have to be very much more careful about dealing with civilian casualties.
So how should they respond? You expressed concerns about attacks on Iranian oil facilities. How should they respond?
That's between me and them.
All right, we got to move on. Go ahead, Tam.
The election is a month away. One, I'd like to know how you're feeling about how this election is going. And then also, do you have confidence that it will be a free and fair election and that it will be peaceful?
Two separate questions.
Very much.
I'm confident it'll be free and fair. I don't know whether it will be peaceful. The things that Trump has said and the things that he said last time out when he didn't like the outcome of the election were very dangerous. If you notice, I noticed that the vice presidential Republican candidate did not say he'd accept the outcome of the election. They haven't even accepted the outcome of the last election. So I'm concerned about what they're going to do.
Are you making any preparations, getting security briefings related to domestic security?
I always get those briefings.
All right, we got to move on. Go ahead, Keila, and then we have to do a couple more.
Hi, Mr. President. When are you considering imposing sanctions on Iran, and would you include oil in those sanctions?
That's under consideration right now, the whole thing. I'm not going to discuss that now.
And just on your comments yesterday on the port strike, you said, by the grace of God, it's going to hold. Is there any reason you think that this
Well, there's more to
temporary
do.
suspension?
A month from now, there's more to do in terms of everything from the whole notion of mechanization of the ports and the like. There's more to resolve.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Thanks, Green. Thank you, Mr. President. Last night you said that there's still a lot to do to avoid an all-out war in the Middle East. I mean, firstly, aren't we pretty close to that definition already? And secondly, what can you really do to stop that happening?
There's a lot we are doing. The main thing we can do is try to rally the rest of the world and our allies into participating like the French are in Lebanon and other places to tamp this down. But when you have proxies as irrational as Hezbollah and the Houthis, it's a hard thing to determine.
Got to lose.
I gotta go, Kim.
I know. He's telling me I gotta go.
I said I'd take a couple questions.
All right, you're the last.
I think she's increasing her credibility with it.
Toulouse, you're going to be the last one.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for spending some time here with us. There have obviously been a number of crises that the country has been facing over the past several days with the hurricane, with the port strike, with the situation in the Middle East. Can you talk about how your vice president, who is running for the presidency, has worked on these crises and what role she has played over the past several days?
Well, I'm in constant contact with her. She's aware we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws that are being employed now. She was a major player in everything we've done, including passage of legislation which we were told we could never pass. And so she's been, and her staff is interlocked with mine in terms of all the things we're doing.
Mr. President,
did you ever think about this?
Totally up to you, sir. All right, go ahead. Yeah, Nandita, sir, no, sir. I didn't call on you, sir. Nandita.
Thank you.
Nandita, go, Nandita.
Mr. President.
Pope Francis calling for a day of prayer and
Doing
fasting.
prayer and fasting this Monday, October 7th. Your reaction, sir?
I will prayer and fast.
Okay, that's acceptable to you in terms of Israel's response. How long are you okay with Israel bombing Lebanon? What is acceptable to you?
All right, guys, that's it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ukraine, have you made a decision on long-range weapons?
Do you want to reconsider dropping out of the race?
I'm back in.
What made you want to come here today, Mr. President?
All right, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Come back. Thank you. Can we do that again? Yeah.
No. You heard. I was already told that.
So that's why we were late.
I mean, are we always on time? I could call myself out for that. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so this week the United States has faced a number of competing challenges, from tensions in the Middle East to a port strike that threatened our nation's supply chains, to a historic hurricane that washed away entire communities. Moments like these underscore the importance of American leadership and resolve, and they show what is possible when we come together. Under the leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris, we were able to successfully protect our allies, ensure the viability of critical supplies, stand up for good-paying union jobs, and get resources to people impacted by the storm in North Carolina and
Oh no, I was muted. Sorry, I was just going to interrupt for a second. So I'll get you back. I want to hear if the press secretary. I want to hear if the press secretary is going to take any questions on Israel and Hezbollah and Iran and all that. But I did want to reiterate, President Biden said Israel has not decided on a response yet. Again, President Biden said Israel has not decided on a response yet. So that's what he's saying. That would suggest you're not going to respond today. I don't know. He also mentioned the high holidays. Well, the second high holiday is on October 11th, I think it is. October 11th or 12th. It's Yom Kippur. So, I mean, I don't know if they're going to wait for both high holidays to be over. But, again, he also said that he would, if he were them, he would try to think of something else besides attacking the oil fields or something like that. He was not in favor of them launching attacks on oil infrastructure, it sounds like. But again, Biden claims that Israel has not yet decided on their course of action on how they're going to respond to Iran. So let's just hear if there's some more questions for the press secretary on this whole situation. So I'm going to go back to the audio and see what she says.
Is beyond America's capacity when we do it together. And really quickly, because I know you all asked for this, this is the week ahead. Next week, the president will travel to Milwaukee, Wisconsin to discuss his administration's work to replace lead pipes in the state and across the country through the bipartisan infrastructure law. This law is investing historic resources into our communities and creating good-paying jobs. The president will also be traveling to Philadelphia for a campaign engagement. He will also travel to Germany and Angola to underscore the enduring strength and importance of two strategic bilateral relationships in addressing a comprehensive range of global challenges. The value of strong alliances and partnerships in the defense of freedom and democracy has never resonated more in Europe, Africa, and beyond. President Biden has made revitalizing our international alliances and partnerships a key priority, recognizing that today's challenges require global perspectives and shared responses. Those are the details I am able to share with for now, but certainly we will have more in the upcoming days. And finally, we have Lael Brainard, our national economic advisor to the president. She's going to provide more information on how the president helped reopen our ports, as well as the strong job market economy report that we saw today, showing that more than 250,000 jobs this September under President Biden.
All right, so I'll check back in when the press secretary gets up there, because they're going to talk about economic stuff now. But we've been hearing a bunch of booms from the northern border. Sounds like artillery fire. We've been hearing that for, I want to say, like around the last half hour now. There's been a bunch of fire coming from the northern border, the eastern northern border. So, going to keep an eye on that. Definitely still hearing booms there. I have the cameras on from Beirut area too. I don't know if there's, I might check the audio from the western border. I'll check that too. Hang on. Hey, a quick thank you to Cecilia for your support, and Ed Weeby. Thank you, Ed Weeby. Also, Skylark for your support. Thank you, Unicorn Puffy 86. Self-Reflection, Michael King. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you. K-Dubs, Red, that's extremely generous of you, Red. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much to you and your family. Kareem, thank you so much for your support. John W., thank you, John. Also, Ann Carolyn 0113, I really appreciate that, Ann. Big Dog Gaming, thank you. And thanks for everybody for the congratulations. We did hit 500,000 subscribers on YouTube today. Wow, crazy. So I really appreciate all of your support for the channel on all of the platforms. Everybody watching and subscribing on all of our platforms. Very much appreciate it, so thank you. And thanks also to John W. for more gift memberships. Hey, John, that's really super nice of you. Thank you, John. And huge thanks to all of our moderators. We have moderating right now Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, Cyril Dev. They are an essential part of the channel. Thank you. On Facebook right now, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, Christina Neal, thank you very much. Linda Belkin Larry on X. Ruth Krafasi, and our other YouTube moderators as well. Thank you so much. But again, President Biden says that Israel has not decided on their response yet. He just said it a few minutes ago. We saw him say it. The Midst of the Garden says, why does Biden keep speaking for Israel? They should keep info for them to themselves. I don't know if Israel likes him saying they haven't decided. Thanks, Skylark, for your support, and thanks, everybody, for the congratulations. Let me get caught up. There might be some more Q&A about this topic from the White House shortly, but let me just catch up on the news. By the way, Wei Zhejiang from CBS News says this was his first appearance in the briefing room. The first appearance in the White House press briefing room. Today was the first day, according to Wei Zhejiang. He had done that. We have an announcement about the U.S. strike on the Houthis. By the way, that's artillery, it sounds like, from the northern border. CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command, says that CENTCOM forces conducted strikes on 15 Houthi targets in Iranian-backed Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen today at about 5 p.m. Sana'a time. These targets included Houthi offensive military capabilities. These actions were taken to protect freedom of navigation and make international waters safer and more secure for U.S. coalition and merchant vessels. There were reports that the UK took part too. I don't know if that's sure. They don't mention the UK if that's true. They just mention the US. So maybe it was just US forces. Yeah, that was the first time that Biden had appeared in the press briefing room. Hang on a moment. Did the UK deny involvement? One of our JFON said that. I haven't seen that. By the way, oil prices dropped roughly, well, like, looks like around 1% while Biden was speaking. Because I'm guessing because he said that he does not support Israel attacking the oil facilities. They went up a bunch yesterday when he said that they were considering that and discussing it. Thank you, Benson, Zariel, and everybody else for your congratulations. Thanks also to our new member, Vonnie's Kitchen, Martin's Shack, and also our new member, Cynthia Lindsay. Thank you. And Sage Lake, our member. Thank you. Thanks, Chemical Hue, for subscribing on Twitch, and Sobe Drinks for subscribing on Twitch, and Tox for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. And Ascertainment for the bits on Twitch. Thank you. And Proton Cat for subscribing on Twitch. Proton Cat 76. Thank you. James Berryman, our viewer, thinks Biden does not know what Israel's going to do. Only Israel knows. Whoa, that is loud. That is from the northern border. We are hearing a bunch of fire from there on the northern border. It sounds like there might be some big ground operations going on tonight because we're hearing a lot of booms from that northern border. Oh, Guy Elster with Walla News says Israel is prepared to widen its operations in southern Lebanon soon, according to Channel 11. Seth Frantzman, who is a reporter and security analyst in the Middle East, says clearly Israel has to widen their operation to achieve their goals because so far the operation is quite limited and rocket fire is still 100 to 300 per day into Israel. That's what Seth said. Israel wants to make it safe for people to move back to northern Israel. Oh, the briefing is back on. Okay, hold on. The press secretary's back.
Vice President Kamala Harris on the campaign. How does he see his public role in the next few weeks as we get closer to the election? What's he trying to achieve, and how's he thinking about it?
I think he's doing his job as president, right? I think that's the most important thing. I mean, I started off at the top, at least at this part of the program, where I said that we've had 3 major events happen this week. And what did the president do? What did the vice president do? They worked shoulder and shoulder to deal with these major events. Now we see a deal with the port, a negotiated deal with the ports. Obviously, that collective bargaining is extended until January 15th, which is incredibly important, especially in the midst of a hurricane that we saw, this historic hurricane that we just saw, Hurricane Helene. We see what's happening in the Middle East. The president and the vice president continue to have diplomatic conversations, if you will, to de-escalate, to deal with what we're seeing in the region, and the hurricane. You saw the vice president in Georgia, the president in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia himself, and also in Florida, pardon me. And so I think what you're going to see is him continuing to do his job, working closely with the vice president. Look, before Hurricane Helene, President Biden was planning to campaign this week. And you heard me say he's going to go to Pennsylvania. He's going to go to Wisconsin next week. And so we have, you all have covered how much of a whirlwind week this has been. And so the president is going to be president. He's going to be commander in chief. And obviously he's going to be supporting his vice president. I can't speak specifically about the campaign because of we do respect the Hatch Act here, at least for myself as a federal employee and many of us here. And so, look, he's going to continue to do the work that he's doing. We saw strong jobs numbers. That's one of the reasons he came out. He came out because he wanted to talk about that. He wanted to talk about what we have seen this week. And so look, we're going to continue to doing the work, and I think that's what the American people want to see. Good, Celine.
Thanks, Corinne. So former President Donald Trump threatened to revoke the legal status of Haitian migrants. What is the president's reaction to that? This is something that the former president had tried to do during his own administration.
Look, here's the fact. The fact is they're here legally, right? That is the fact. TPS, that's what it gives you. And honestly, I wouldn't take legal advice from the former president. I don't know. That's not something I would do. Okay.
How concerned is the administration about the economic impact of Hurricane Helene?
Look, as you can see, we have been working around the clock. The president directed his team very early on to work around the clock to make sure that the states that were affected, the states that he's visited and the vice president has visited over the past couple of days, got everything that they need. And we did that by pre-positioning some of the personnel, about 1,500 federal personnel, to do that. What we are doing, we're going to make sure, obviously we're going to always monitor any of the economic impact, but we're going to continue to make sure that we are focused on life-saving and life-sustaining efforts. That's the focus that we're going to have here, and we're going to continue to monitor, but obviously reacting and providing the needs of the states right now, of citizens who are living in those states, is probably the most key and most important. And continue to call on Congress to move forward with additional funding. As you know, in the CR, there was a robust ask for funding, for disaster funding, and that didn't make it in the bipartisan CR. And so we got to get that done, and we're going to continue to have conversations with Congress.
I tried asking the
Indeed,
president.
I've called on you like 3 times today. I know some folks in the back are just going to be like, yeah. So.
I tried asking the president.
Yep, I hear you. I hear you, Kimberly. I hear you.
What is acceptable to the U.S. in terms of Israel's response, right? How long is the U.S. comfortable with Israel bombing Lebanon?
I know you guys are going to ask this question every which way, and I totally understand that. We are having conversations, discussions. We're in contact with the Israelis on what's next. We have been very clear there will be consequences. You saw the joint statement, the G7. There's going to be consequences. There's going to be sanctions. And I'm not going to preview those sanctions from here. But we have always said Israel has the right to defend itself. And you saw just on Tuesday night, and not just Tuesday night, in April, how much we are prepared to defend and protect Israel, because that is our ironclad commitment. I'm not going to get into diplomatic conversations in the public here.
And there was a report that quotes U.S. officials saying the White House wants to take advantage of the massive blow to Hezbollah's leadership and infrastructure to push for a new Lebanese president in the coming days. Can you comment on that?
I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not going to comment on sources or reporting out there. That is not something that I'm going to speak to, sourcing that I can't even verify from here. Go ahead.
Thank you. On the port strike, reaching a tentative agreement, the White House and several officials were involved in the 90-day extension of those talks. I'm wondering what the significance of that timeline is, and whether the election being 5 weeks away played any role in it.
Look, this is about the right thing to do for workers. Many of those workers put their lives at risk during the pandemic. We have always said collective bargaining works. We believe it works. And we have seen parties reach a fair agreement when they come to the table and in good faith and do that collective bargaining. This is what's important. It was important to this president to get this done. This is not about an election. This is about what is the right thing to do for the American people. This is the right thing to do for workers, again, who deserve higher wages, who deserve benefits. And so the president is proud to have been able to do that. His team, obviously with his team, he directed his team to do this. And so now collective bargaining is going to continue, and we'll see where we are in the next couple of months. But this is not about politics for this president. And you have seen that in the last 3.5 years when we've been in these types of situations where there was negotiation and We have been very, very clear, collective bargaining and supporting workers.
On congressional funding, you mentioned some of the items that were lacking in the short-term funding bill that Republicans had put forth. I'm wondering if the president has spoken with any members of the Big Four in Congress to bring those concerns to them directly.
So I don't have any conversations to speak to that the president has had with members of Congress. I mean, you saw him on the road. He was able, we saw him in a bipartisan way on the road in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And you saw him with Republican congressional members and governors and Republican and Democratic congressional members and also governors. And you saw that bipartisanship. I'm certainly not going to get into any private conversations that they have had, but we will continue to speak to congressional leadership and members about getting that extra funding. It is important. They need to act. They need to act. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Can you talk about how President Biden will be marking Monday's one-year anniversary of the October summit attack on Israel?
So obviously it's going to be a painful day for many, including for all of us here. And so we will have more to share on how we will be commemorating that devastating day that we saw a year ago. Don't have anything to share at this time.
And secondly, this was President Biden's first time, correct, to the press briefing room since he's. Why
and you're
not,
welcome. You're welcome. I know the way this question is going to go. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
I prefer a question, but that's all right. But real quick, why not? Why didn't he come in the 3.5 years before? Why?
I mean, he came today, and you got to see him, and you were here.
I mean, he had the opportunity.
Oh man. Come on, come on. He was here. He took your questions, and he is every Friday with the POTUS. Friday with the POTUS. Well, no, you guys got to bring the ice cream. You guys got to bring the ice cream. Okay, I'm going to do a couple more. Go ahead. I haven't called on you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kevin. I want to go back to Haitians and the TPS, but first, it's another week of misery in Haiti. There was this report from the World Food Program describing acute hunger. What more can the U.S. do to improve the situation in Haiti? And if there's no improvement, is it conceivable that the TPS for Haitians will never be lifted?
So look, on your last question, I'll do that first. The last part of your question, I'll do that first. I can't predetermine what TPS status is going to be. It's not something that I can do from here. Obviously, as you know, that is a decision with DHS and the State Department. They decide the TPS and the best way to move forward. So I'm not going to get into hypothetical about that. But as it relates to Haiti more broadly and to the question of instability and what's happening, look, despite the instability that continues, the recent deployment, as you know, of MSS mission is a unique opportunity to build a foundation of security and bring hope to Haitians that deserve to live their lives free of violence. And so to that end, the United States has delivered well over $300 million to support the MSS mission while urging the international community to support that mission as well. The United States will continue to hold those undermining Haiti's institutions and committing serious human rights abuses accountable. That is our commitment. We are committed to doing our part both to address immediate security needs and invest in Haiti's long-term success as we stand.
Okay, I'm going to get back to the Middle East coverage. We heard a little discussion of Israel there, but we're going to get back to the Middle East coverage now. And if you missed it, Biden was at the press briefing room, President Biden before, and President Biden said that Israel had not made up its mind on how it's going to respond to Iran. He did also say that he suggested that he would prefer they do not attack oil facilities. Let's continue with the Middle East coverage, and I think I'm going to take this away. Which one? Move this one out. Then this is going to become there. We got the northeastern border there. Hang on. Okay. Now we're back. Okay. Give me, you know what? I'm gonna disappear for about. I need about 10 seconds. Give me about 10, 15 seconds. Hang on. I got to change the volume. I had changed the volume when the press briefing was on. And then I got to, hold on a second here. Oh, I know what I have to do. Hang on, everyone. That's kind of loud. Okay. We got some audio back. I took a moment. I took advantage of the press briefing to put some food in. So we've been on a number of hours today. So my food is cooking right now. So in a few minutes, I'm actually going to go. In a few minutes, I'm going to eat my food. But it's already cooking. And I'll leave the feed up, and then I'll come back after. By the way, a quick thank you to our member Computers Shot. Thank you. And Georgia Peach, our new member. And Another Drummer Texas. Thank you for your support. I appreciate that. And Caden. And Shamrock 1111 and D and Havasu Mom. Thank you so much. Our moderator, Havasu Mom, so nice of you. Thank you. Thanks for all the moderating and watching the channel. Online Warriors for Christ, thank you. Jojo, I am to you. Max Rommel, Nancy Angel, Preppy Mom, thank you so much. And so we have not seen so far tonight, like the last several nights, we have not seen, airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I don't know if that's going to happen. I will keep you up to date on the different things that are going on. And it is currently 9:53 p.m. We still haven't gotten updates from either Israel or Hezbollah on whether this airstrike last night, the big airstrike in the southern suburbs of Beirut, whether that killed the leading candidate to replace Nasrallah, who was previously the number 2 in Hezbollah. We don't know if he got killed in the strike last night. We're waiting for more information on that from both Israel and Hezbollah about who was there and who was not there. Obviously, we're waiting for Israel to respond to Iran as well. You know what? I need about 20 seconds. I'm disappearing for about 20 seconds, guys. Actually, I should put the sign up. I should say 30 seconds so people don't get confused. Steve will be back in 30 seconds. All right, one moment. Coming back and muting myself. I said, I don't really know what to expect tonight. I don't know if it'll be like a quiet night. It's been a while since there was a relatively quiet night. I mean, the evenings have been very busy with military activity recently. So I don't know what to expect tonight, but we're going to do coverage in the coming hours and see what happens. Last night, we ended up having that huge airstrike. Oh, yes, there's been airstrikes going on. There's been booms. I'm just saying, like, again, overnight, the last few nights, there have been a large number of airstrikes in the Beirut, southern Beirut area. I certainly expect, when I say relatively quiet, I certainly expect there will be military activity. Also, you know, it sounds like there's a bunch going on at the north. We were hearing a lot of booms about an hour ago, a lot of booms in the northern border. So there's obviously going to be stuff going on that we don't hear about until after. But in terms of what we're aware of, we'll have to see. Ali Hamzi is watching in Beirut. Stay safe in Beirut, Ali. Thank you to Melody Aceves as well. Thank you, Melody. Yeah, thanks to the Deshark who mentioned that the BBC reported that the UK said they were not involved in the airstrikes in Yemen. Those were carried out by the US today. Just the US, not the UK. Trucker Jim thinks Israel knows what response they want. That I don't know. Again, Biden said they hadn't decided yet. So Biden said Israel hasn't decided yet. Is that true? I don't know. Hey, thanks so much to Brian Jeffcoat, who just gave a bunch of people memberships. That's really nice of you, Brian. Thanks, Brian Jeffcoat, so much. Make sure you thank Brian if he gave you a membership. Thanks, Brian. Thanks also to our new members, King Ghidorah and Another Drummer Texas. Guys, I need about 30 seconds again. Hold on. Hang on a moment. All right, so here is the plan. Here is the plan. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Martin says, would Biden say they had decided if they did? I don't know that he would say it, but I don't know that he's going out and lying for them. I mean, maybe he would just say nothing if they had. But he kind of volunteered that information. So my guess is that's what he really thinks. Maybe they told him one thing and they actually may have another in mind. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. So here's what's going to happen, because we've been on a number of hours already. I am going to right now do that thing where I go eat my food and I leave the stream up and you guys can all chat and watch the stream. I have both feed, the Beirut feed and the border feed up. I will keep an eye on the feeds. If there's some emergency, I will come right in here. I will drop my fork and come right in and report on it and talk about it. Otherwise, I will come in after I eat and we will continue the coverage. Okay? So, thanks to our member Aaron, by the way. So I'm going to go eat right now. Thanks Tech Slug too on Twitch. I'm going to eat now, hang out, chat, talk about the stuff. I'll keep an eye on things. And in a little bit, I will come back and I will keep the coverage going and we'll take some more of your comments and follow more what's going on when I am back. But if there's something big, I will come in before I finish eating. All right, I'm going to take my earphones out now, headphones out, because, which might pause the broadcast for a second. You might see things pause for a second. Hang on. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. Thanks, Tech Slug, by the way. Hang on. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? We're back now. Thank you, Tech Slug. And thanks everybody for your congratulations. I appreciate that. All right, let me go eat. I'll turn the volume up. I'll keep an eye on the streams. I'll see you after I eat. But if there's big news, I'll see you before I eat. Okay? So we'll see you in a little. See you after I'll put the message up that I am eating. Okay, there's that, there's that, there's that. I'm going to put it behind me here. Here we go. All right, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, we are back here. Oops, a little loud. We are back here. Hello, everyone. Oh, you know what? Give me one more second here. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we're back. Thanks for your patience. Thanks, by the way, to our new member, Patricia Bourgeois, our new member, David Sullivan, Jack Ball TV, thank you for being a member. Fred Witherow, thanks for the gift membership. Clint Worley, thanks for being a new member. Thank you, Nemesis, our member. King Ghidorah, thank you for your support. And Cruella, thank you. And Alan D. And Jan Porter and Aaron, thank you. And also Robert R. Thank you so much, Robert R. I really appreciate it, Robert R. Thank you. And also Faye T64. Thank you, Faye T64. Much appreciated for being a subscriber over there on Twitch. And thanks for Lila and Exa Unique and Tech Slug and Abandvi for your support over there on Twitch. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And our new member, Animal Interest, thank you. And James Fish, thanks so much, James, for being a loyal viewer and for supporting the channel. And thanks for shouting out the moderators, James, and our new member, Cato, thank you. All right, so we are back live. I wasn't aware while I was eating of any kind of strikes in southern Beirut or the southern suburbs of Beirut. This might end up being the first night in like 4 nights without a lot of strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Because the last few there have been a bunch. We're hearing booms from the northern border. That we are hearing. It's the all right, let me just make sure there's no... Yeah, those booms still coming from the northern border, still booming up there. A bunch of booms on the northern border. All right, so we're gonna talk about some things here. Thank you also to Gumas. Gumas, thanks for the gift membership, and Michael B, thanks for being a member, a new member. Thanks Albino Polar Bear, and our new member Ann Whitlock. Marianne Watkins, thank you. Jeremy, thank you. James F, thank you. James F. Casey Steve, thanks so much, Casey Steve. Very kind of you. Thank you. Some people said there was a car race. Some people said there was a car race. And thanks everyone for your congratulations. We hit 500,000 subscribers on YouTube today, which is very neat, and I really appreciate everybody's congratulations on that. Thank you. There was a spinning car doing donuts, people said. That I did not see. You could actually see it? You only heard it. You didn't see it, you heard it. It was loud. I can replay it, but I don't know what we're going to hear. Oh, this right here. That's the replay. There you go. That was the replay. V2 plus 10, I have nowhere seen a report that Russia has sent new air defense to Iran in anticipation for the Israeli response. I don't know where you're getting that from, but I have not seen that report anywhere, V2 plus 10. I appreciate your support. Thank you. So we are waiting for Israel to respond to Iran. It took 6 days for Israel to respond to Iran back in April. I don't know how long it'll take this time. President Biden said today that they're still deciding what to do. I was going to, there was a little bit of an article with some analysis in Reuters I was going to show you, or read to you. Analysis, countdown to Middle East war, how the region can step back from the brink. So Reuters says Israeli officials have told U.S. counterparts their response to Iran's attack will be calibrated. Although have yet to provide a final list of potential targets, according to a person in Washington familiar with the discussions. A former Israeli intelligence official told Reuters, "I think the targets that will be selected will be meticulously, very carefully selected. Sites of Iranian military importance, such as missile infrastructure, communication centers, and power plants, are likely candidates," he added. He thought Israel is less likely to hit the oil facilities that underpin Iran's economy or its nuclear sites, according to many of the experts interviewed, Reuters says. These highly sensitive targets, the oil and nuclear sites, would be expected to draw an escalated Iranian response, including the potential targeting of oil production sites of U.S. allies in the region, including Gulf Arab states, they said. A former senior CIA officer, Norman Rule, says it would be unwise for outsiders to try to predict Israel's attack plan. But if Israel decides on a proportional yet substantial strike, it may elect to limit its attacks to Iranian missile and Quds Force architecture that supported attacks by Iran and its proxies on Israel. The Quds Force is a branch of Iran's elite Revolutionary Guards military unit. Rule said Israel could strike Iranian installations that refine gasoline and diesel for domestic consumption, while sparing those that load oil exports, depriving Tehran of a justification to retaliate against facilities of Gulf states and limiting a spike in crude prices. I've seen a couple of articles suggesting that Israel might stick to military targets. The article also points out that Israel has long considered Tehran's nuclear program an existential threat. Iran's nuclear sites are spread over many locations, some of them deep underground. You know, there was also a Wall Street Journal so in addition to that Reuters report, which I was just reading you, Wall Street Journal talked about some similar things today. Wall Street Journal suggested that Israel could target Iran's missile-making facilities. The Wall Street Journal had this article talking about how some of the Iranian missiles in their attack got through. Iranian missiles overwhelmed Israeli defenses at some sites, analysts say. And they were talking about how, you know, if you can fire enough missiles, some of them will are likely to get by the Israeli defense. So something Israel might want to do is to go after Iran's missile production, right? So that they can't produce more missiles to use against Israel. So the Wall Street Journal article suggested that Israel could go after Iran's missile factories, missile production plants, which is interesting. DJI in the Sky thinks they will go after Iran's nuclear facilities. And then Hipsy says they will go after the leaders like they successfully did in Beirut. I don't know. People really don't know what they're going to do. Thank you, Bradley Sink. That's very nice of you, Bradley. Gwen Park says MTV Lebanon News posted breaking news about the next strike. I haven't seen that yet. Oh, they said an Iranian army commander claimed that the next Iranian strike will be stronger and more destructive if Israel commits foolishness and makes a mistake in his calculations. I mean, Iran threatens big things all the time. So I'm not going to be too wedded to Iranian threats. But of course, there is a risk that Iran responds bigger to Israel if they find Israel's strike more provocative enough. Hey, thanks so much to Gwen Parks. I really appreciate that, Gwen. Thank you, Gwen, very much. Thank you, Robert R. Robert, it hasn't been all quiet from Hezbollah. I mean, Hezbollah, when we came on the air in about an hour, they fired like 70 rockets. They did that. Also, for all I know, there's all kinds of ground fighting going on. I don't really have information about that. But they fired about 70 rockets in the first hour we were on, but nothing since then that I'm aware of. Thank you, Futures Trader JT, for subscribing on Twitch. It took 6 days for Israel to respond in April. I looked it up. Sorry, hold on. The Iranian strikes were April 13th, and I believe the Israel response was April 19th. Yeah, April 19th. So 6 days it was. Thank you, 700795. Our new member. Thank you to Olivia. I appreciate that, Olivia. Thank you. Thank you, Hoong Boong, our new member. Just heard another boom from presumably the Israel-Lebanon border. Bunch of booms there. I think you're hearing it right now. I think you're hearing more of it right now. Let's see here. Robert R. Park thinks Israel should take out Iran's leaders. You guys hearing those booms? I'm turning up that volume. That's like gunfire, I think. I assume that's the border camera and not the Beirut camera. Sounds like gunfire. Whoa. That's from the border, but we were just hearing some like rapid gunfire. And I really think that's from, listen, still hearing it. Right there. Right there. Is that a helicopter? That's from the border. So the only sound I have now on is from the Israel-Lebanon border. And we're hearing, it sounded like rapid gunfire. Tank autocannon? We could definitely hear it. Again, that's the only camera, it's the only sound. I cut off all the other sound except for the Israel-Lebanon border sound. I haven't even put on the other one. Sounds like maybe a drone. Maybe we're hearing a drone. Maybe I'll switch the cameras around. Maybe I'll do a little switch of the cameras. Hang on a moment. What did I do here? Okay, here's what I gotta do. I gotta do it this way. Let's make this one big. We're hearing gunfire. We are hearing gunfire on this camera. I can hear it right now. Hear that? Hear that? Thank you to AI's room. I appreciated AI's room. More gunfire. Wow. As Marco says, small little bursts. Wow. you are hearing sounds of fighting on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. Thanks to Brian Parks for the gift memberships. Thank you, Brian. And also Al's Room. Thank you, Al's Room. I appreciate that. And our new members, Carmen, Tristan, Charlotte Bancroft, and Al's Room. Thank you. And Catherine of Sweden. Thank you, Catherine. And Olivia, our new member. And Sunset One. Thank you so much, Sunset One. And W. Rago. We are hearing some artillery, some gunfire, it sounds like. I don't know if it's tank fire or what. On the northern border. It's the only camera I have on. That sounds like maybe military vehicles. Hold on. Yeah, everything is from that camera. Everything is from this camera. Maybe some military vehicles driving, I don't know. I haven't heard any kind of reporting about this. Wow. Wow. Stuff's going on, I can tell you that. More gunfire right now. Wow. Heavy gunfire. The only sound you're hearing is the border sound. All of the audio is from the border. More gunfire. I don't know if this is true. About 15 minutes ago, Al Mayadeen, a Lebanese news outlet, claims that Hezbollah repelled 5 incursion attempts by the Israeli forces near the border. I don't know if that's true. That was from 15 minutes ago. Now, Al Jazeera says their correspondent a couple minutes ago reported Israeli shelling on the Litani River, which is, the Litani River is about 18 miles north of the border. So, I don't think the gunfire we're hearing is from the Litani River. Some of the artillery might be firing towards there, but... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. You know what? Where this is, I think this is closer to the Litani River, where, as one of our viewers pointed out, because it's 18 miles from the southern border to the west, but it's closer here. Yeah, so this is closer to the Litani River. This is about, it's about 7, it looks like maybe 6-7 miles from the Litani River. I think this is Kiryat Shimona. So if I'm right about that, it's about, oh, is that a helicopter we're hearing? Or trucks or something? About 6 miles from the Litani River, yes. Hey, thank you so much, Al's Room. Al's Room from Canada, that's super kind of you. Really appreciated Al's Room. And also Storm Thrower, thank you, Storm Thrower, and Monkey in Space. And Brian Parks, thanks for the gifted memberships. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. So again, we're hearing a lot of gunfire. It's a little faint, but you can hear it. Rapid fire. Some big boom, sounds like artillery from the border area. The reason the picture does not stretch all the way to the right on the screen is because I want to be able to show you the bottom of it, so I have to shrink it a little bit. Gunfire. Keep hearing that rapid gunfire. Thank you so much to our mod. Ruth Krafasi, thanks for your support, Ruth Krafasi, and for all the modding, and all of our other mods. And real quick, Darcy McElveny just gave 50 people memberships. Wow, on YouTube. That's really generous of you, Darcy. Make sure you thank Darcy if she gave you a membership. 50 memberships. Thank you so much, Darcy. It's really kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the channel. We're hearing aircraft flying overhead. I don't know if these are helicopters we're hearing. Sounds like maybe a helicopter we're hearing. Am I crazy? And I haven't seen any specific reporting about this, but it does sound like there's a significant amount of fighting going on. And a bunch of aircraft. I mean, it sounds like helicopters, but we're hearing a bunch of aircraft flying overhead. I'm hearing a report of new airstrikes in Yemen. Sky News Arabia says Houthi media says American British aircraft launched 3 strikes on the coastal area of Al Jabana and Hodeidah. So maybe some new airstrikes in Yemen. The U.S. launched some earlier today. Sounds like a lot of helicopters flying overhead. You definitely hear a drone. Now you're hearing more of that gunfire. Thank you so much. Winding Road, thank you so much. Misty, thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you, Donna Smith, for the gift memberships. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Kiki, our new member. Thank you, Kim Moeller-Wright, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Craig Greeley. That's so nice of you. More gunfire right there. Thank you, Craig Greeley, for your support and your nice note. Some of our viewers think that's helicopter gunfire. I do not know. I might be able to bump the audio up a little bit more. I got it pretty bumped up. Let me try something here. I'm going to bump it up some more. I'm really bumping up the audio. I got it really bumped up. So if there's artillery, it's going to be loud. But I want you to, that's going to be loud. I just saw something 2 minutes ago. This is an update from Hezbollah affiliated media. I have an update for you. Hezbollah affiliated Al Manar TV reports 2 minutes ago movements of Israeli forces in the Metula area, which is northern Israel at the border, within range of missiles and enemy aircraft attacking the town of Kfar Kila, coinciding with the firing of bursts of bombs at some neighborhoods of the town. I think we're hearing like animals. We sometimes hear animals on the northern border. But Metula is just north. Metula is north of where this camera is. So again, just a couple minutes ago, Hezbollah affiliated Al Manar TV. Hold on. This happens like nightly, I think. Again, Al Manar TV, which is a Hezbollah affiliated channel, is reporting that Israeli forces are attacking the town of Kfar Kila, which is across the border north of this camera. North of this camera is Metula. They mention Metula in their report. They say rockets or missiles and enemy aircraft attacking the town of Kfar Kila. So we might be hearing that. One of our viewers thinks north of the camera is left. I don't know. I believe this is supposed to be looking towards the border. firing now. Maybe there's some major ground movement going on tonight. There were unconfirmed reports today that Israel was going to expand its ground operations soon. Could we have a large Israeli ground movement going on now into Lebanon? I don't know. More helicopters or planes, it sounds like. Wow. I'm checking for updates. If I hear updates, I'll definitely let you know. I don't know that messing with the brightness on this shot would really help matters, but I can look. Brightness? Now, I mean, the brightness is just, you know, so it doesn't really do much good. I don't want to miss stuff. Sounds like another helicopter. Thank you, Mang Tio. I appreciate that. Miss Dutch, Mom of 457 Rose, thank you. Appreciate that. Shelly Cantrell for the gift memberships. Nico Christian Wallenberg, thank you, Nico. Hopefully we can have a stream where we talk about it more. Maybe a no news stream on my other channel. Thank you, Nico. Kevin B, thank you so much. Kevin thinks Israel will target oil infrastructure, but not nuclear facilities or Iranian leadership. More booms right now. Thank you, Winding Road and Misty Tooth. And Cyrus the Virus. More booms. Sounds like artillery. Thanks, Cyrus the Virus. Also, thanks so much to Tim Perkins. Thank you, Tim. And Joyce Strader. Thank you so much, Joyce. Also, Evo Kohler. Thanks, Evo. And Darcy Bedwell. Thank you, Darcy Bedwell. Much appreciated. Hearing a bunch of sounds like artillery right now. Sounds like a low helicopter there. I just wonder if there's some kind of operation going on tonight that's larger in scale than the ground operations that have happened so far in Lebanon. Israel has said that they're doing a limited ground operation, but we've been hearing a bunch of activity. So are they, ramping up? Is this some kind of different level of operation that they have not yet done? Hey, by the way, a big thanks to Wickedest Witch. That is extremely generous of you. I really, really appreciate that. Wickedest Witch, thanks so much for your support. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. hearing some of that gunfire again. Those rapid bursts. So current news on Telegram, which is a good Israel news channel, they just posted shooting helicopters over Kiryat Shimona. They might even be watching this feed, you know. They say shooting helicopters over Kiryat Shimona, heavy exchanges of fire in Kiryat Shimona area. This is Kiryat Shimona where the camera is. There's Lebanese reporting of fighting in the Metula area. Metula is in Israel, and across the border is Kfar Kila. So Al-Manar Lebanese channel reports Israeli attacks on Kfar Kila across the border, which is just not far from here. Maybe 4 miles from here. A lot of stuff going on. Wow. More of that rapid gunfire. The vehicles we hear going by, I don't know what those are. What was that? Helicopter. Thank you, Yvette Kim. Thank you, Yvette. I appreciate that. Road Warrior 2. Chaz, Swissmiss, PVC, Tor, Dolores Wilson, thank you. River of Light on Twitch. River of Light, thank you. have been bringing you coverage of what sounds like it. Oh, there was something that sort of flew across the screen. You know, that I don't know if that's like an artifact of the camera or something. About at 12:01:06, if you go back on the if you go back on the feed, I'll actually show it to you. That could be like a weird thing with the camera. Hold on, I'll show you what it looked like. See this right here? Look at this thing. I don't know what that is. You know, this thing. Maybe there's some. Maybe it's a bug for all I know. I don't know. A lot of people think it's a UFO. Wow. More gunfire. I don't know if this activity on the border tonight by Israel is different from the past few days. Maybe it's a bigger operation. I do not know. Hearing that gunfire again. I'm going to leave the Beirut video up because stuff could happen on there. I can see the whole video. If there's something under the Beirut, I will take the Beirut off because I can see the whole thing. See nothing there so far. Thank you so much to Cherry Sour for the gift memberships, and Marnie and Jeff a Cake. Thank you, Jeff. And Michelle M. Thanks so much, Michelle. Michelle M. and Marissa Pugliese. Thank you. And Multi-Corker, thanks so much. I really appreciate that. Multi-Corker, thanks. I just need 1 minute here. More gunfire. You know, I had seen a report, Guy Elster from Walla News said that Channel 11 Israel had said Israel's prepared to widen its operations in southern Lebanon soon. So I don't know if we're seeing that tonight. More gunfire. Really hearing that gunfire now. Listen to that. A lot of gunfire now. A lot of it. Thank you to Dale G. and Malcolm Moore. Malcolm thinks the gunfire is 30-50 caliber machine gun. That I do not know. That's what Malcolm thinks. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, Brianne from Vancouver. Wow. Wow. Okay. Oh, was there a flash on the left? Where was the flash? 12, 16, 15? Some people saw a flash. Hold on. I can rewind it for you. Flash on the lower left, people said. I didn't see it. What's the time code? Does somebody have another time code? Because somebody gave me a time code. It didn't work. If you give me a time code, I can replay it. What's the time? Yes, there was. Looks like an airstrike or something, guys. Watch, I'll show you. Watch on the lower left. About 2 minutes ago, look at the lower left of your screen right here. Watch it. Right there, you see that, guys? Watch it again. I'll play it again. Watch again, lower left. Lower left, see that? There's nothing under the headline. The headline is not blocking anything. There's none of the pictures under the headline. So anyways, that was a flash on the left there. I wonder what that was. I mean, could be an airstrike, could be, who knows? Wow. Thank you so much to Kristen Gates. Really appreciate it, Kristen Gates. Thank you. Also, Sarah Huddleston. Thank you, Sarah Huddleston, for your support. Much appreciation. Sarah Huddleston, thank you. The last rocket alert was 3 hours ago. One of the viewers said it reminded him of when Gaza invasion started. It is reminiscent of that. We're hearing louder booms in the distance. We're hearing this rapid gunfire too. Hearing a drone, big boom right there. Aircraft, vehicles. I believe this camera is in Kiryat Shimona, south of Metula. Wow. Wow. There's a west border camera. When I've checked it, I haven't heard anything on it. I haven't heard anything on the west border camera. Whoa! Loud gunfire. more aircraft. Guys, 3 people in the chat have said live Pentagon briefing. There is no live Pentagon briefing. Also, they're not having a briefing at 5:28 on Friday afternoon. I don't know if you're watching something that's saying it's live, but there's no live Pentagon briefing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Very close booms now. A lot of aircraft. Don thinks these are transport helicopters transporting troops. That I do not know. Thank you to B. Schwinn. Thanks for your support. Also, Jagged Glass. Thank you, Jagged Glass. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Appreciate it, Martin. Thank you. Robert Hooper, thank you, Robert Hooper, for your support. Emily Flotilla, thank you. She says her favorite quote these days is, "Peace cannot be kept by force, it can only be achieved by understanding." Albert Einstein. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Rye Boy, our member. Adaptive Migration Solutions. I have not heard a Russian comment on the reported unconfirmed Israeli attack on some reportedly, possibly there was an Israeli attack on some sort of Iranian shipment that had arrived at a Russian base a couple days ago in Syria. Israel commonly attacks Iranian targets in Syria. They rarely actually comment on it, so we don't know if it actually happened. But no, I have not heard any Russian. I have not heard any Russian commentary on it. I don't know. But there's no official Israeli commentary on it either. Thank you to Adaptive Migration Solutions. Helicopter right there. Whoa. Was there a flash? What time was the flash? I'll replay it. Somebody saw another flash. We're starting to see flashes. I need a time code. Some people gave me a time code. It wasn't correct. You got to put the seconds in the time code. I need the seconds in the time code. A minute is too much. You need seconds. Nope, I've checked the time code and I don't see it. Checked both time codes, I don't see it. I'm looking right at the screen. I don't see it. Why do people keep saying 12:34:49? I've watched it 5 times. Oh, wasn't that big? Yeah, I don't see anything. Oh yeah, it was small on the left side. I see it now. It's very subtle. Look on the left here. Look, this is a replay. Right over here. Right down here, watch. Watch right down here. You'll barely see it. Right there. It's really hard to see. Watch again. Hold on. Right there. It's so subtle. Right there. Yeah, it's just really subtle. 12:37:47. Oh, you guys aren't seeing it. I'm sorry. You guys weren't seeing it. Sorry. Hang on. Or were you seeing it? No, you were seeing it, right? Yes, you were seeing it. Okay. Or were you? I don't even know. Now I'm confusing myself. You did see it. Okay. What's happening? When I do this... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I get what was happening. All right. Yeah, you were seeing it. All right, that's the live shot right there now. Sorry for my confusion. Good eyes by people seeing it. Thank you to Malcolm Moore. Thank you, Malcolm, for your support. Our viewer Ann Illusion says, now this is not a confirmation. Our viewer Ann Illusion let me know that the Arabic language news outlet is claiming that the Hashem Safi al-Din, the likely successor to Nasrallah, was killed in that airstrike last night. But that's not a confirmation. That's Al Arabiya is claiming it, but we don't have official confirmation yet. So wait and see what the Israeli government says and what Hezbollah says. MTV Lebanon News says explosions sounded in the vicinity of Palmyra Military Airport in Homs, Syria countryside. Maybe more Israeli strikes in Syria. Whoa, sorry, oh my gosh. Whoa, that was loud. That must have been right next to the camera, I'm sorry. That really was too loud. I am sorry, guys. It's hard because some of the stuff is so soft, I don't know what to do. I think that was right next to the camera. That was like by far the loudest thing we've heard. I don't want to turn it down too much because if I turn it down, you won't be able to hear stuff. We'll see if that happens again. Again. I think that must have been right near the camera. That was scary. But again, I have it turned up so you can hear things. But the problem is if there's like a tank right next to the camera, that happens. People want me to leave the volume loud. Yeah, I just want you to be able to hear this stuff. That was crazy. More gunfire. Thanks to Jellyfish Santa and Brian and Batman, Martin Gingrich, The Prepared Ranch, thank you. Jeff H, thank you. Tactical Bite, thanks for your support. Want to shout out our moderators too. By the way, thanks for your support on Twitch. Marrowick13, thanks for subscribing. Alleycat, thanks for subscribing. Alleycat76, GS Turbo, and River of Light, thanks for subscribing. Thank you to our Twitch moderators: Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie Star, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Papa Bear, and Silly Dev. Thanks so much. Thanks to our Facebook moderators: Kay Lowry Body, Beth Shepard, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor. Huge thanks to all of our Facebook mods. Thanks also to Diane Allworth for subscribing over there, and Kay and Margaret, thank you, and Beth. Thank you so much, Ruth Krafasi is over moderating on YouTube, and Sarah55. Huge appreciation for our mods. Beezy as well, thanks so much, Beezy. Linda Belk and Larry on X, big thanks to our moderators. Thanks also to Bobby Thies for your support. Thank you, Bobby. And Juan Cabrera, thank you, Juan, very nice of you. And Tracy Hessels. And Malcolm Moore. Malcolm, I don't know that we've ever seen flares on this camera. In terms of where it's looking and stuff, I mean, I've rarely seen flares, maybe seen one or two from the Lebanon camp. So it may, I mean, maybe they're not using them, or maybe they are using them, it's just not in the right direction. I just don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. Obviously, we saw a bunch of flares in Gaza, but I don't know, you know, what the difference is. Thank you, Malcolm. Also, Loki 1988 and Shadows 6530. Thanks for the gift memberships. Gunfire. A lot of gunfire. More gunfire. CNN reports that Israel has not given assurances to the U.S. that it won't target Iran's nuclear facilities, for whatever that's worth. CNN says a State Department official told it it's not clear if Israel will use October 7th to attack Iran. Again, some speculation Israel might retaliate on October 7th. A lot of gunfire now, guys. A lot of gunfire. That was crazy. That was crazy. We actually heard something coming down. Did you hear that? It was like, doo! You could actually hear it coming in. You could hear it coming in. You could hear that coming in. I could hear the whistle of it coming in. Crazy. What in the world? Wow. That one we could hear coming in. I don't know what that was. It's like you definitely heard the whistle in like some loud roar before it. Hey guys, if it's too loud, you can turn down the volume on your end. I have it up so people can hear stuff. So there's nothing keeping you. I assume whatever device you're watching on has a volume control. You are free to use it. The reason the video does not fill the screen is that if it fills the screen, you won't be able to see the bottom. So it is intentionally like this to allow you to see the bottom of what's going on. And the headline is not blocking anything. There's nothing there. A couple people in the chat said check flight radar. I don't know what I'm checking it for. I just looked at it. I see nothing at the border. I see a Middle East Airlines plane, which is the normal, coming into Beirut. So why am I checking flight radar? Can someone let me know? Okay, some people said there's a drone. I believe that's a common thing. Yes, there is a drone moving towards Israel, but I believe that's pretty common. Again, with flight radar, you need to know what normally is there. So I can't look at it and say, wow, that's a big deal, because I don't know enough about what's normally there. But I do know that often there's drones that fly around, those surveillance drones. So no one I follow who really knows about that stuff has said that there's anything really like huge going on in the flight radar right now. So I'm going to assume it's more kind of run-of-the-mill thing. If I hear that it's something out of the ordinary, I will certainly pass that along to you. Did something happen on the Beirut camera? Oh, hold on. All right. Sorry, I get a little testy with the check flight radar, because I don't know what I'm supposed. When somebody says check flight, it happens all the time. I don't know what I'm supposed to be checking. People will say check flight radar, and it's like, well, what am I looking at? So, if you say check flight radar, at least tell me what I'm supposed to be looking for. Okay, so I appreciate the news tips, but please be a little more specific, because a bunch of people were saying it. A bunch of people were just saying in the chat. Okay. Let me check what's going on with, we may have strikes coming up in Beirut. Otherwise, I'm looking at it trying to figure out, why do they want me to check? What am I missing? Let me check. Somebody said there was a warning for Beirut, an evacuation warning. Yes, new evacuation warning. 8 minutes ago, new evacuation warning for the southern suburbs of Beirut. There is a building in the Burj al-Barajneh neighborhood, and you are not supposed to be within 500 meters of it. So we got to keep an eye on the Beirut cam now. Because there's a new evacuation order there. Hey, thanks so much to Shadow6530. I really appreciate it, Shadow6530. Chris Kaufman Jr., 43 News for you. Fishing247, thank you. Coggles. A lot of booms. Look at all these booms. Listen to all these booms. Julia Seves, Ernie, Nico Christian Wallenberg, Marco SRBAO2, thank you. This may be Kiryat Shimona, the town. I'm not positive. That's why I don't have it up. I think the town may be Kiryat Shimona, but I'm not positive. A lot of booms right now. Thank you, Crypto King. Crypto King, I am not aware of any live streams in Iran. There's certainly none that I have access to, but I'm not even aware of them. But I don't have access to any live streams in Iran, unfortunately. Thank you, Crypto King. Thank you to, hang on a second here. I gotta put the volume on from the Beirut camp. Thank you, Itchy Yars on Twitch, and Fizzy Mint for your support on Twitch. All right, I'm going to put the volume, I think I'm going to make the Beirut cam a little bigger because we haven't been seeing a lot in the sky on this camera. So I'll make the Beirut cam bigger. And we'll put the volume on there. Yeah, I can't have the volume that high on the Beirut cam. I can't have the volume that high in the Beirut cam because it's just going to crowd out the volume of the northern border. So I'll keep an eye on the Beirut cam, and I got some volume on. I would anticipate some kind of strike soon in Beirut. That is from the northern border. That's from the northern border, folks. It's hard because it's so uneven. Some of it's so soft and some of it's so loud. It's really hard with the audio. I got to turn it down a little bit up there. Now we're hearing the gunfire. Gunfire. Gunfire, northern border. Somebody said there's some cameras from Iran. I do not have access to them. I don't have access to them. Thank you, Todd H. And I felt that in Tim747. And Ernie Garcia. Thank you, Ernie. I really appreciate it. Ping Pong. PVC. Thanks, PVC. Somebody said they saw a flash on the Beirut camera. If you tell me the time, I can look at it. What time? Yes, apparently there was a strike on the Beirut camera. What time did you see a flash on the Beirut camera? Can somebody tell me? I can look at it. I am seeing reports of a strike in southern suburbs of Beirut right now. 10640. I got 3 different times from people. Is there a time that everybody says what the flash was? The camera looks like it's looking for it. I would need a seconds. Yeah, guys, if you're going to give me a time code, please give me seconds. So again, Lebanese media is saying there was a strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. But I don't know when it was. I just watched the one that 3 people said and I didn't see a flash at all. So the time code people just put in the chat didn't seem to be what it was. If you have a time code, let me know. I just saw it. I just saw it. It's hard to see. Watch back by the airport. Watch right here. Watch right by the airport, right here. Right there. It's kind of subtle. I'll get a recording of it. Watch right in here. Right there. Right there. 104.57 or so. Thank you for the time code. Well, hold on. What's going on? No. And then the camera zoomed in there. That's why the camera zoomed in. This is still the replay. That's the replay you're watching. But the camera zoomed in after. That's the live shot. Kind of hard to see. Hang on a moment. Putting the brightness up really doesn't do anything. Too dark. Reuters camera is dark too. I'll get, so there was a strike though. It's being reported by Lebanese media that there was a strike there. So again, about 5 minutes ago, there was some sort of, it was probably the strike, they had issued an evacuation warning. There was a flash. It's kind of hard to see. I'm going to turn the volume down on this because this volume is super loud and it keeps us from hearing the other camera. I'm turning the volume down on the Beirut camera so we can hear the fighting going on in the north, which we've been listening to, because you can't hear it when the Beirut camera is really loud. Hey, Richard Foley, that's really kind of you. I really appreciate that, Richard Foley. That's really generous of you. Thanks so much, Richard Foley. Thanks also, Oyesta from Sweden and MB. I appreciate it. Did I thank Todd H? Thank you, Todd H and Tim747. That's more fighting in the north. That's on the border. Yeah, just to update you guys, one of our viewers just mentioned this. This drone, this large drone, which is a U.S. drone, and it came from the Mediterranean, has made its way past Israel and is now flying over Jordan. Where it's going to fly next, I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it. Again, for all I know, it does this all the time. I don't keep up with the drones. I don't know where they usually fly. So I'm not going to play amateur war theorist and start drawing conclusions based on absolutely no background whatsoever. But I will certainly keep an eye on this drone and let you know, this surveillance drone, I believe it is, RQ4, I'll have to look it up, but I'll let you know. Flight Radar 24 has it flying over Jordan now. I think it's a surveillance drone, but I'll check. Nature Base believes it normally stays over the ocean. It is a surveillance aircraft, a surveillance drone. Wikipedia has a page on it. That is what it looks like. It's one of these drones. RQ-4 Global Hawk Northrop Grumman. Mucka thinks it does not fly over there normally. I'll keep an eye on it. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and keep an eye on it too. Hey, Mr. Blanks-a-lot, that's so nice of you, Mr. Blanks-a-lot. Thank you. Also, Stefan, thanks to our new member, Stefan. Crank1469, thanks for your support. Thanks the Metalomaniac on Twitch, Rogan Mitch on Twitch, Psyops, Zerx13, thanks for your support on Twitch, Big Russ 96, thank you. And our member Denise Horton, thank you Denise. Also Turtle Man Matt. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Thanks for subscribing, Turtleman Matt. So we've got fighting on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. We've got the camera zooming in Beirut. There's been an airstrike there, apparently, after Israel issued an evacuation warning for the southern suburbs of Beirut. That'd be the southern suburbs of Beirut. And we're waiting to see when Israel responds to Iran. No idea when that's going to be. But very sounds of heavy fighting going on for hours on the northern border. You're hearing it. So I've seen some Lebanon news outlets claim that Israeli media is saying a major security event in the north. I have not seen a single Israeli media site say this. So I don't know why they're saying this, because personally I have not seen an Israeli media site say it. If I do, I'll let you know. More gunfire from the border. Now the camera is zooming in the Beirut shot. Hard to see what's there. I mean, I assume it might be smoking or something. Yeah, even if I pump up the brightness, it really doesn't help anything that I'm seeing. Yeah, that is the airport. There's a fire on the bottom left. Is it? Where? I think that's just a light. Is that a fire or is that just like lights? I don't think that's a fire. What do I know? Thank you to Garrett Purrington. That's very kind of you, Garrett Purrington. Thanks for your support. Some Arabic language news outlets are claiming again that Hashem Shafi, oh Jesus, wow, that Hashem Shafi al-Din, the presumed successor to Nasrallah, was killed last night, but that has not been confirmed by Israel or Hezbollah. Those booms are from the border camera. I've actually turned the volume down and it's still loud. It's still, I mean, that's very close to the camera. Sounds like there's like a tank next to the camera or something. Because I've turned it down some. Yeah, I gotta turn it down a little bit more, I'm sorry. It sounds like there's a tank or an artillery piece right near the camera. And it's just firing. Cameras on the Israel side looking towards the border. Oh, the camera's moving. The Beirut camera's moving. The Beirut camera. I don't know why the Beirut camera. Was there another boom on the Beirut camera? Smoke on the Beirut camera? Where? Where is the smoke? You guys are seeing it. I am not seeing it. Oh, hold on. I know when it's tough because I got bright lights here. I think I'm gonna switch cameras. It's kind of hard. I kind of want to see both of them. Oh, you're saying smoke like here, like this is smoke? I see it now. Yeah, it's hard. It's just when I look one way, it's hard. You're saying right in here. Sorry, you can't see what I'm saying, but I know what you're saying. Right in the middle there. Maybe I can get the brightness up or something. Help with it, or contrast. There it is, there it is. I turned the brightness up. I turned the brightness way up, you can really see it now. There's the smoke from the Beirut camera. I don't know if I should switch the cameras. I mean, it's kind of hard either way because I want both cameras up. I'm hearing gunfire on the other camera, on the border camera. Maybe I'll switch them. I'm going to switch the two. I'm going to put this one down here, take the border off of it. So we're going to make that the big one. That's the big one. That's Beirut. Then the small one's going to be the border. I got to make it smaller though. Oh, did we just see a flash right there? No, that's the light on the runway or something. Maybe we'll throw that one over there. Put this over here. Get a border around this one. And then for this one, we'll do not really seeing that smoke. I gotta have brightness up somewhere, you're not gonna see anything. Hey guys, the drone disappeared off of flight radar. The drone that flew over Jordan, it's not on flight radar anymore. So maybe it turned off its transponder or whatever it is, but it's not there. Hearing more booms from the border. Thank you, Heo Apparel and Certified, who thinks the gunfire is armored fighting vehicles and the booms are tanks, thinks it's a ground assault. There's some sort of ground operation going on in the north. I don't know if it's bigger than the ones a few days ago, but it's been going on for a while. It's gotten pretty intense at times, it sounds like. Thank you, Mika Way, for your support. Thank you, Midnight for Midnight Kit. Thank you. Thanks, Cruella. Thanks to Ghost Contact Paranormal and PVC and Nicole Hammett. LaDuca Tig, Mr. Poops a Lot, thank you. Oh, I said it. I said his name. I've been on too long. More huge booms coming from the northern border camera. Hearing distant booms on the northern border camera as well. Thanks also Jellyfish Sinatra for the gift memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hearing gunfire on the northern camera. I'm gonna turn. It's hard because I gotta turn down the. I'm gonna turn down the Beirut camera for a second, a bit more, because it just gets in the way of the other one. I think I might switch the cameras back, because we're hearing a lot more on the northern camera. Well, I'll leave the Beirut wide for a second. Another evacuation notice for Beirut just came out. Southern suburbs of Beirut, another one. In the Chouefat al-Umara neighborhood. Again, it says there's a building. If you're near it, you need to get away. You are located near Hezbollah facilities and interests against which the IDF will operate in the near future. For your safety and the safety of your family members, you must evacuate this building and the surrounding buildings immediately and move away from them for a distance of no less than 500 meters. So we are expecting another airstrike soon in the southern suburbs of Beirut. make it a little darker now. Taboo Shaker saw some vehicles on the border camp on the bottom left. I missed those. Machine gun rapid fire gunfire. .44 a.m. Up, what's going on? The camera is shifting around. Was there another strike? What's happening? What's happening now? Was there another strike? It's hard for me to see what's going. That boom is not there. That boom is in the north, I think. Oh yeah, maybe some viewers are saying maybe the camera's focusing on the area of the evacuation warning. That could be true. That's true. It could be focusing on that area. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I bet the camera person is looking at the evacuation area. Thank you, Jam Jar 43 and Jeff B for your support. I have seen nothing about an imminent attack on Iran. I've seen no Israeli source that I'm familiar with report an imminent attack on Iran. None. I've seen no Israeli source I'm familiar with claim that Israeli troops have been taken captive. None. I don't know what rumors people on social media are spreading, but I can tell you, wow, that's from the border. That's from the northern border. I have not seen either of those things in any source I am familiar with. Guys, some random account on social media claiming something does not make it true. If they say it and they don't say where they got it, then you shouldn't be rushing to believe it. Sending me a random account that says something which doesn't source, you might as well save yourself the time. If you're going to send me random social media account that claims something with no source, just don't bother sending it to me, because it doesn't make a difference to me. It's like I'll just look right through it. It's like if you sent me nothing. Now come on. See, sometimes we'll hear a boom and we won't be able to tell which camera is on, because I got the audio from both cameras on. I assume if something happens in the Beirut camera, the camera will actually pan around and zoom in and all that stuff. Thank you, Siho, from Turkey, I believe it is. Thanks, Siho. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Y Chin. Hey Y, thank you so much. So generous of you. Really appreciate all of your support. Y Chin, thank you Y. Very nice of you. Thanks also to our new member, Debbie Long. Thank you, Debbie. If you are watching on Facebook, Facebook ends the stream automatically after 8 hours. So in about 8 minutes on Facebook, I will have to restart the stream, because on Facebook, it ends after 8 hours. So Facebook viewers, I will restart the stream when it ends on Facebook. That's just Facebook, not the other platforms. Other platforms, you're fine. Thanks so much to Soulstar. I really appreciate that, Soulstar. Thanks for watching the channel for so long and for supporting. I appreciate that, Soulstar. Thank you. Also, our viewer, Yo. I have no idea when Israel's gonna respond. I have no idea. Some people say they might do it on October 7th, anniversary of the attack last year. It took them 6 days last year to respond. I personally have no idea. I do not know. Thank you, Yo, for your support. Thank you, Kiss Film NC, Mrs. Ed the Third, Mrs. Ed 3, Debbie Long, Gringo. Thank you, Gringo. I think I thanked Crypto King before. I hope I did. Thanks, Crypto King. Thanks also to Johan Willing. Thanks for shouting out the mods. I appreciate that, Johan. I could see Israel responding in an hour. I could see Israel not having made up its mind and taking a week to make up its mind and plan everything, or more. So I really don't know. It's a big decision by them, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a while. Yeah, I don't understand. Matthias sent me this. I keep seeing reports in like Lebanese media saying like Israeli media says some kind of incident in the north, but they never actually quote which Israeli media it is. And I'm following all this Israeli media and I don't see it. I don't know why they keep doing this. So I would be careful of the other country saying Israeli media says this or American media says this if they don't source it, because I have not seen a single report of it from any Israeli outlet or Israeli reporter I follow. And I also think they might like repost each other. That sounded like it was from the border. I don't know though. You never know. That could have been in Beirut. That could have been in Beirut. I don't know. We'll see if the camera moves. Maybe it was in Beirut area. Is the camera gonna move? By the way, Biden today, in an appearance in the White House press briefing, as you can see right there from Reuters, he said he would weigh alternatives to striking Iranian oil if he were in Israel's shoes. He said the Israelis have not concluded what they're going to do in terms of a strike. That's under discussion, he said. He said, if I were in their shoes, I'd be thinking about other alternatives than striking oil fields. You can hear gunfire on the border camera. Three people just sent me the report from Lebanese media claiming Israeli media says this, even though no Israeli media I've seen has said it. I just got it 3 more times. Oh, new strike, smoke, guys. Looks like a new strike right there. I think we have a new strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut. There you go. I don't know, well, I think it might be new because he panned over there kind of quick. Unless all right, that boom was from the border. That boom was from the border. So some of our viewers don't think it's new, but he did pan over there kind of quickly. So if it's not new, it started smoking all of a sudden for some reason. But maybe it's not new, I don't know. I thought it was a new strike because the person panned over there and it was a smoke column. Normally when they pan over to a smoke column, there's new strikes. But so MTV Lebanon News, which has been posting, Israeli media says this, says major security event in the north. They just posted information about a major event in the border area remains unconfirmed to date. They still have not said who this Israeli media is they're talking about. Al-Jadid from Lebanon says there are no confirmations about Hezbollah entering the Galilee, but there are Israeli mobilizations after reports of a dangerous security event. Again, I have not seen such reports. Gunfire in the north. Hearing a lot of gunfire in the north. I just turned down the Beirut camera so we could hear more of the north. Oh, Facebook stream I need to restart. I got to restart the Facebook stream. I'll restart Facebook. A lot of gunfire on that border stream. Listen to that gunfire. Thank you to Yo and Pimp Down and Sidicious and Adam Bomb and PVC and Mr. Blanksalot and Jay and Justin Cornwell and Gringo. Thanks for your support. MCPPD5, thank you too. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, thanks so much also to Daniel Fergatch. Daniel Fergatch, thanks Daniel. That's very kind of you. Thanks for your support of the channel. Also, Dominar Draco, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. OP1 Cannoli. And Beautiful's Profanity, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. I don't know what's going on in the north today, but I do know for hours there has been the sounds of fighting. Artillery, it sounds like, and tanks, gunfire, helicopters, drones. Waiting because there was another warning, evacuation warning in the southern suburbs of Beirut, so anticipating another airstrike there. Long says, is this the huge ground assault they were talking about maybe? Well, they haven't been talking about a huge ground assault. That's the thing. They've been saying it's going to be limited. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's more of a ground assault. We told you before that Israel has told dozens and dozens and dozens of villages that they need to evacuate, in towns they need to evacuate to the north. Dozens of miles to the north. So the question is, why are they having all these cities and towns evacuate? Just for airstrikes? Or because they're going to launch a larger ground operation? talked about this earlier. Israel expands evacuation notices in southern Lebanon. Washington Post says today Israel told more than 30 additional villages that residents should evacuate. The IDF urged residents to travel north of the Alawi River. That river is some 36 miles from the border, far beyond the edge of the UN-declared buffer zone declared after the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah. And I showed you the diagram of all the villages and towns and cities, all those dots being told to evacuate. This river right here, the Litani River, that's 18 miles there. The Awali River is about 35 miles north. The red dots are just from today. So why are they telling all these people to evacuate? Just because they're going to do airstrikes? I don't know. Oh, definitely bigger than Gaza. Gaza's about, what, 12 miles by 5 miles or something like that? I mean, it's not a perfect rectangle, but... Sorry, it's about more than 25 miles long, but about 4 to 8 miles wide. Lebanon is much bigger than that. Even southern Lebanon is much bigger than that. Lebanon is about 135 miles long and 25 to 55 miles wide. So it's about 11 times as long as Gaza. And about, what, roughly speaking, 6 times as wide or something. I'm sorry, it's not 11 times as long. It's about 5 times as long. I got confused. It's about 5 times as long and about 6, 7 times as wide. So probably, what is the area, like 30 times the area? 4,036 square miles compared to 141 square miles. So roughly speaking, it's about 25 times the land size, Lebanon and Gaza. Oh, there's a red alert, sorry. There is one rocket alert going off, kind of near. Oh, I can see it! I can see it on the camera. We just saw it. We saw a rocket. We saw an interceptor. We just saw an interceptor. We just saw an interceptor. Wow! We just saw an interceptor on this camera. I'll replay it for you. The rocket alert was near there, and we saw an interceptor fly by. We just saw it. We're hearing interceptions right now on the border camera. We're hearing interceptions on the border camera. I will replay that for you. I might have missed them, but I saw one of them. I'll replay it. There's gunfire. Hold on. So there was a rocket alert by that camera. Wow. Again, I will clip it and get a replay, a full replay for you. Right now. I'm getting it right now. Uh-oh. What happened to the... Do we lose the camera? We might have lost the camera temporarily, guys. We might have lost the camera. Further live coverage is expected. Further live coverage is expected. I'm downloading it right now. Wow. I think I'm hearing audio on the camera. Am I hearing audio? I have the footage, by the way. The cameraman said that was it. He said we'll come back on. So there was a rocket near the camera. That's what happened. The rocket alert was near the camera. I'm going to show it to you. Can we hear it? Are we hearing it or not? I guess we're not. Well, that was crazy. Yeah, I'm going to show you guys right now. I can see it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Yep. There were a couple interceptors that happened right. Watch. Here is the replay. I'm going to show you the replay right now. This is the replay. This is the replay. This is a replay from before. Get ready. Here you go. So it's quiet. It's quiet, right? Now watch what happens. Watch what happens here. Get ready. Watch this. There's an interceptor. See the two interceptors? Wow. 3 interceptors. It was 3 interceptors. Right in front of them. Yes, those are interceptors. That's a replay. That's what happened. Right in front of those guys. Right in front of the camera. They saw 3 interceptors go up. And then we heard the interceptions. And the sirens were going on too. Those are interceptions. No, the image is not flipped around. That's exactly what I saw. Wow. No, those were all interceptors because they were after the rocket alerts. The rocket alert happened. I went to the camera and you saw the interceptors go up. Wow. So we lost that camera for the moment. I'm sure that was related to what just happened. Because they had rocket alerts in their area and they had the interceptors go up. And then we heard a little gunfire, it sounded like. All right, well, anyways, we'll wait until we get that back. Hope they're okay. I assume they're okay. That was crazy. Yeah, you know, I was wondering if they went to the shelter. Shadows says the cameraman went to shelter. I mean, they didn't go at the alert. They didn't go when there was an alert. I don't know if they decided to go after, but the alert was right where basically where the camera is. It was the alert was just north of Kiryat Shimona. I think the camera's in Kiryat Shimona. The alert was at Yuval, which is north of there. I think that's the direction we're looking in there. There's Metula here. So I think the camera's looking in that direction. Or somewhere over there. Because that's where the border is. The camera's a shot of the border. But, yeah, it was right there. That's why I looked at it. I wouldn't have thought of looking at it. But when I saw that there was an alert, I looked at the alert and I was like, oh, I think that might be on our camera. And as soon as I look over there, I see the thing flying across. But they do say further live coverage is expected. So I don't know if they just kind of hunkered down for a bit, maybe. Well, that was scary. Yeah, I mean, those guys, that camera's been right near fighting. There's been fighting in that border area. They're probably just a few miles away from the fighting. And it sounds like there's been like tanks or artillery right near them. For all you know, the stuff, the interceptions were right overhead. Well, we're watching the Beirut camera, and we'll keep an eye to get the one back from the northern border. Wow. James Dameron, there's nothing illegal about the camera showing it. They're in Israel. If Israel didn't want them with a live camera, they would tell them not to, but they're not showing ground operations. I'm guessing Israel would not want a camera showing the movement of troops on the ground. Hold on a second. Those would be Israeli interceptors shooting down the rockets. Oh, I don't know why there was a pinned comment. That was by accident. There should not have been a pinned comment. Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, I don't know why that was there. I'll show you the replay again. Thank you to Lance Bowers. Thank you, Lance. I'll show you guys the replay again. That was pretty crazy, though. It's right in front of them. Okay, here's the replay again. Hang on. Moments ago. So they're sitting there, they're looking at their camera. Then the rocket alert happened and the rockets were fired, and they're the interceptors. Those are interceptors. And you hear the sirens. And then you hear the booms because the rockets are being intercepted. Yes, the lights in the foreground are Israel. You're looking at Israel in the foreground. In the distance is Lebanon. During the day when it's bright out, I think you can see hills in the distance, which are Lebanon. Right. As Brooklyn Bridge says, the border is past the lights. This camera, I believe, is several miles from the border. It's not literally on the border. Oh, they ended the live event. Wow. So I don't know what happened with that. I mean, it ended kind of quick. So I don't think a soldier was there telling them to end it. Although you never know. I mean, you know, when we were covering Gaza more, there were cameras right near the fighting, and eventually Israel said, don't film there. I don't know that that happened here. I mean, the cameramen might have just said, like, because we heard gunfire. I don't know if the cameramen were just like, we got to get out of here. You know, we were covering Tyre, Lebanon a week or two ago, and that camera stopped because the cameramen they wanted to go to a safe place. And so there was a bunch of airstrikes going on, and they were just like, we're not shooting this anymore. So I don't know if that's what happened there. Because they're not, with the Gaza camera, it was like looking over the border and you could literally see the troop movements of Israel, like the vehicles moving and like soldiers walking around. You weren't seeing that on this camera. So my guess would be that that maybe they were just like, we're getting away. You saw where air defenses were? I don't know. I don't think that's a big secret. I don't think. Oh, look, we're working at a Beirut camera. There's still a camera on the other border. It's just not much is happening there. There's still a camera. There's a camera on the western border. That's just there. But again, there's really nothing happening on it. This camera was near the border area where there was a bunch of fighting. Yeah, but that stream ended. So the other border camera I'll show you is this one. But there's just really nothing going on there. I mean, I've been checking in on that camera during the day. Haven't really seen much. That's the western edge. Oh, I think there was just a strike here. Was there just a strike? Guys, right now? Right now? Hang on. I had the audio down. Oh, the smoke on the left? That's smoke on the left, I think, guys. I think they just struck the area they had warned about. Hang on one moment. Give me one moment. I think they just struck the area that they had warned the evacuation about. Yeah, that's like a big column of smoke, isn't it? Nobody said they saw a flash. Nobody said they saw a flash in the chat. Guys, I can't steal other streams. The whole internet is not my shopping cart, my take one for free shopping cart. So not even a shopping cart. My whole internet is not my refrigerator full of goodies for me to take. I can only have the streams I pay for. I pay for these streams. I own certain ones. Those are the ones I'm showing you. Oh, hang on. Reuters has it on their camera too. I have a Reuters camera too, which is showing it. I think it's the same thing. So there's two cameras. There's Reuters and then there's AFP, but they're basically showing the same thing. Well, hold on. Why is this not working? There's the Reuters one. I mean, the brightness does not really help us there. There is the AFP one. I know it's tough to see. It's dark. It's not easy to see. It's dark, I know. Did anyone see a flash? I didn't even see a flash. Here's the Reuters camera's panning around. Hold on, the Reuters camera's moving around. I don't know what the Reuters camera's like looking at a plane. I think a plane just took off or is landing or something. That's Reuters. No flash, people said. They just saw the smoke. Maybe it was off screen. This camera's moving around. That's a plane. Is that a plane? No. Oh, that's a plane taking off. That's probably an MEA plane taking off from the airport. Right there. Yes, it's taking off right after an airstrike nearby, because that's what they do. Flight Radar 24 says that is flying to Accra. I have another camera, sorry. It's flying to Accra, that plane. Ghana. That plane is flying to Ghana. It just took off from Beirut Airport, which you can see on Flight Radar 24. Kevin Graham says, crazy they have not closed the airspace. I think the only commercial airline flying is Lebanese Middle East Airlines. Hey, thank you to Brittany Coy. I really appreciate that. Tate and Brittany Coy, thank you. Thanks, Brittany Coy, for watching for so many years. I really appreciate that, Brittany, and thank you, Tate, as well. Thank you, Miss Blanks a lot, our new member. Thanks, Lance Bowers. Thank you, Miss Blanks a lot. Thank you, Mark Jennings, PVC, Lance Bowers, Nicholas Marsoci, U.S. Patriot, Erin McCune, Yo, thank you. So again, I believe what happened is they probably, Israel probably struck the building area they said they were going to strike. Sky News Arabia said at least 3 airstrikes in that neighborhood. I don't know why somebody's saying the border camera is back up. It's not back up. The western border camera is up, and that's been up. The eastern border camera is the one we were watching, and that camera is not up. A lot of incorrect information in the chat this broadcast. Hey, thank you, Miss Blanks, a lot for the gift memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you, Drew Saunders, our new member, and TJ Adams, our member. Thank you. Thank you to all of our moderators. Like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Shirley Dev. They're all on Twitch. Thank you. Kay Lowry Bodies over there on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. Paul Anderson. Beth Shepard. Ronald Egnor, all of our other Facebook moderators, thanks. Thanks, Marie Minicello, for subscribing on Facebook, and Jared Sparks, Diane Allworth. Thank you to our YouTube moderators. Ruth Krafasi is there. Thank you so much, Ruth. Really appreciate it. And Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you so much. Thank you to our YouTube members like Chris Singleton, Kane D, Sumi Sue, Irish Sweetness, Evie Shore, Terry Bryant, Mythical, OMG Axel, Nature Based, Amanda Dimig, Stan Chubbick, Jane Jones, Little Graham, DeShark, Miss Blanksalot, Simon on 60 FPS, Sherry Lee, Julie Morton, Cypher, Jose Gonzalez, George Tincher, Riley, Jane Jones, Stephen, Amy Clark, Sidchus, Pike Bishop, Keith Lewis, Jay Callan, Zell Grant, Shadows, Qualify This, Slapshot, thank you. First name, last name, Aurelio Perez, Evelyn in Maine, Patricia Grace, all of our members over there. Thank you, Ada60. No, I don't have that ability right. Ada60, I don't have that ability right now. Thank you for the suggestion. It's not a simple thing to do, technically, Ada60, but thank you. I appreciate the suggestion. If I can do it, I will. Thank you also, Zero Fox. I appreciate it. We haven't seen as many airstrikes tonight. Oh, there's a plane. Is that another plane flying in or out of the airport? Yes, it just took off. It is... Wait, is that the same one? Another one to Accra? Yes. It's another one to Ghana. It's like the second one that just took off. Beirut to Ghana. One of them just took off to Ghana. I wonder if there's maybe an organized... No, I'm sorry. You know what? It's not going that fast. Maybe it's this one. No. I just saw a plane fly by. Maybe it was a helicopter. Might have been a drone or a helicopter. What I was wondering is, I think that's the one we saw like 10 minutes ago. That says the actual takeoff was 2:05 a.m. What? No, 2:35. That's the one we saw 10 minutes ago because that took off 10 minutes ago. All right. Yeah, so there's not a second one that I can see. That's Flight Radar 24. Why are people posting so much false stuff in the chat tonight? Just a lot of false stuff. Hey, thanks, Robin Ridge. I really appreciate that, Robin Ridge. Very nice of you. Thank you, Robin, for your support. Dodger Blue 79 as well in Pilgrim Media. Thank you, Pilgrim Media. Lynn Z, Marnie, Zero Fox. There is a new evacuation order for Beirut. Another one, guys, for 2 different buildings in Burj Al Barajneh and Haret Harik, southern suburbs of Lebanon, of Beirut. 2 more evacuation areas. So there's going to be more airstrikes coming up because that just came out. So I would expect in, 15 minutes or something, I don't know when, more airstrikes coming. They are still coming. I need a snack. I really need to eat something. So I'm going to take a couple minutes and eat something. But I'll leave this stream up. But yes, a new warning, new evacuation warning. Two different areas. All right, let me go grab a snack here. There we go. All right, give me a couple minutes, guys. I'm just going to grab a snack. I'm coming back. I'll leave the camera on for you. I'm going to take my headphones off for a second. Might pause the broadcast for a minute. Hang on. I got to fix the headline, too. I don't want to do this because people will think I'm saying that the Israel response is going to happen like right away. The point is not that the response is going to happen in 5 minutes. All right, give me a minute. I'll be back. Or a couple minutes. I just heard a big boom. Did anybody see anything? Did you guys see anything? Was there a flash? Was there a flash? Somebody said they saw a flash. 30920. I'm not done with my snack, but I will interrupt it. I will replay the flash for you. I'll replay it for you. Oh wow, that was a big flash. That was big. That was big. I'll replay it for you right now. Watch. Watch, guys. Hold on. Watch this replay right here. Right over here. Right here. Right there. See that, guys? Let's replay that again. That was it right there. So there was definitely a big flash, 30920, and my guess is that that's one of the my guess is that that's one of the two areas that had been warned. Hang on a moment. There were two areas that had been warned, and that was probably one of them. I'll see what I can find for you. Yeah, new strike. New strike. I see a new airstrike reported in the Lebanese media. Whoa, what was that? Was that a big flash right there? Did we just see another flash? Guys? What did I just see? Did I just see another big flash right there? Right there. We just saw it. We just saw it. Whoa, huge. Big flash right there. We just saw it. We just saw it. Yep, you guys, I'll replay that, but we definitely just saw that one. I was turned away and I saw the camera light up. There's the smoke right there. There it is. There it is right there. There's the smoke column. Wow. Yeah, close to the airport. So new strikes. I'll rewind that and I'll replay that for you too. I'll rewind that and I'll replay that. Hang on one second. Hang on. What was the time code on that one? Does somebody have a time code for that flash? 3-4. Oh yeah, I just saw it right now. It was really kind of close to the camera, it looked like. Watch this replay, guys. Here, watch the replay right here. Right here, watch. See that? Look at that. Wow, that was crazy. This is the replay here. It's really fast, you know, I'm just replaying it for you. That was close to the camera. Well, the camera was zoomed in, actually. I think the camera was zoomed in, but that's pretty close to the airport. I'm just replaying it again and again and again. Close to the airport. 3:14:22. 3:14:22. Oh, I should pause it. Watch. There it is, right there. Not far from the airport. So, let me check for updates on that. I don't know why I didn't pause the frames on earlier ones. I just remembered I could do that. So we might have just seen the two areas had been warned. There were 2 warned areas, and we just saw 2 strikes. So we might have seen the 2 strikes on the 2 warned areas. That's my guess. One of the warnings was for Burj al Barajneh, and one was for Haret Barik. And Burj al Barajneh is just north of the airport. Here's Burj al Barajneh. It's right next to the airport. The one we saw might have been might have been the place in Burj El Baraj now, because that looked like the right location. And then the other one is like Harat Harik or something. And I'll have to look that up again. Harat Harik. Yes, and Harat Harik is a little further away from the... Oops, hold on a second. I messed this up. Harat Harik is a little... What did I do here? Harat Harik is a little further away. So I think the first strike we saw might have been in Harat Harik, and maybe this, I don't even know, maybe the second one and closer to the airport, I'm not sure. But we saw two. We just saw two strikes, and looks to me like they might have been those two that were warned about. Oh, you know what? I don't have my phone here. Somebody said there was a new alert. There were recently a couple of false alerts. I wasn't even done with my snack. The last alert was 12 minutes ago. The last alert was 13 minutes ago. The last alert was 13 minutes ago. There was 13 minutes ago, and there was 23 minutes ago. And Kisufim and Ain Haslosha. The rocket alert of 23 minutes ago was a false alarm. That one was a false alarm, the IDF said. Now what's going on? Are they just zooming in? They said they're bombing, buildings that have sites that have connection to Hezbollah. The AP cams are down. I'm looking. I can see the AP cameras. I can see one right now. We just saw another one, another boom, another flash, another boom. I missed the flash. I'm gonna have to go back and see that. Where was that at? I was looking at something. I saw it on the second camera. Yes, you're watching a live shot. This is live. That was a quick one too, because I saw it on the second camera, which you can't see. I should put the second camera up. The second camera is really the same as the timing is a little different though. 3:22:53. I have two cameras from Beirut, so I'll just put them both up because. Oopsie, hold on a second here. Put them both up. They're going to look similar, but gives you two places to look. They're both Beirut cameras. They're both live. So just two places for you to look. 3:22:47. So that was another strike right there. Yeah, I mean, that was a hard one to see. That was a bit of a tough one to see. kind of flashed on the right there. Here, I'll show you guys. Looked like maybe two of them. Here, I'm going to replay that for you. Here's a replay. Here is a oh, you can't see. Oh yeah, here's a replay. Replay coming up. Replay coming up. This is a replay, guys. Replay. Watch. Flash. See the flash? Two flashes. Then you'll hear a boom in a second. AP cams are down. I'm looking. I can see the AP cameras. I can see one right now. Oh, there was a couple different flashes. I didn't even realize it. We just saw another one. Another boom. Another. Okay. So what happened is I saw it on the second camera, which is delayed from the first. Yeah. So we could hear the boom, but just so you can see, I'll show it to you again what the flash looked like. Where was it here? Was it right? There was 13 minutes ago and there was 23 minutes ago. What was the just flashed again? $322.47. Here's the one here's the one we just here's a replay again. Replay of a flash. Right here. Watch. See that, guys? It was kind of quick. Kind of quick. Right there. I'll get it in the frame. Maybe. There, right there. See, there it is. Kind of a quick flash. It's really two flashes. The AP cams are down. I'm looking. I can see the AP cameras. I can see. That's live. So yeah, there's been several attacks the last few minutes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I have both cameras up now. One of the cameras is like slightly behind the other. So if you see a flash on one, you'll probably see it on the other one. I'll see if I can get some reporting about what... Now, none of these is... While these are powerful explosions, it's nothing like last night with that crazy series of explosions we saw. Now what? Oh, are we seeing smoke there? We're seeing smoke there. That's smoke. We are seeing smoke there. Look. I brightened it up a little bit for you. So smoke there. Al-Jadid said a second raid targets the vicinity of the Al-Qaim complex in the southern suburb of Beirut. Al-Jadid News, oh, that's different. Anyways, we've just seen a number of new strikes in the recent minutes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. There's a lot of smoke coming from that one on here on the camera on the lower left. Thank you to Kay Lee for your support. Thank you, Kay Lee. And Jesse James. The Lord be magnified 23. Jeff Buddington. PZ Papa Zulu, thanks so much. Pilgrim Media, thank you. Sweetums, thanks for the bits. Max Nothing, thank you so much, Max Nothing on Twitch. QP Cutie on Twitch, thank you. Abi Bitten Nicked Bannon, thanks on Twitch. Notorious Rob as well. Exezito, thanks on Twitch. As you see the smoke pouring out there. Another night of airstrikes in southern suburbs of Beirut. Thank you, Janice McConnell, very much for your support. I really appreciate that, Janice. So this is the fourth straight night. A large amount of, more last night than tonight, but the night isn't over yet. But the fourth straight night of numerous airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. But you can see that big smoke column by the airport. Al Jadid News says Israeli reconnaissance aircraft are flying in the northern airspace. Is that maybe northern Lebanon at low altitude? I wonder how many people are still living in those southern suburbs after 4 straight nights. I mean, a lot of people probably have nowhere to go, and they'll stay there. But imagine being there 4 straight nights and having all these massive explosions going on around you. Thanks to Georgia Peach, our member, Dark Kolak, our new member, and Fish, our member, Everett Clendenin, thank you, Everett, for your support. Javier Armstrong for the gift memberships, thank you. I may have thanked Megan Tallman, I can't remember, but thank you, Megan. Oh, I may have missed a warning, too. It's possible I missed a warning. The camera's panning over. The camera's moving over to something. What's the camera moving over to? The plane. Another plane is landing. The planes, the MEA planes come and go. That plane, according to flight radar, is not on flight radar. Nope, I am not seeing that plane on flight radar. I went to flight radar 24, I don't see it. For some reason, I am not seeing it on flight radar 24. I mean, that's just what, 15, 20 minutes after multiple airstrikes in the vicinity of the airport. Oh, did ADSB Exchange have it? Flight Radar 24 did not have it. I'm looking at ADSB Exchange and I don't, no, hold on. I don't see it on ADSB Exchange. Maybe a military flight? Some people thought it's a military flight. I don't know. Thank you to Scott Mendoza. Hey, Scott, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks. I think I may have missed one of the evacuation warnings. Our viewer Yervantolo mentioned it. Well, that would make sense if there was an evacuation warning I missed, because we just saw, I think, 3 strikes. Well, I don't know if there was. No, I didn't miss any. There were 4. There were 4 evacuation warnings, and there's been more than 4 airstrikes. I think there's been 5 airstrikes, at least. So I don't know if, it seems like at least one of these strikes was not evacuation ordered before. I actually hadn't even finished my snack, so I just need a couple more minutes to finish my snack. I heard the boom and I ran in here, so give me like just a couple more minutes. I'm coming right back, and I will we'll do a little more coverage. But I gotta finish my snack. It's not moments ago. No, it's not moments ago. No, now I'm messing this up. What am I hearing? Am I hearing something now? Did we just see another flash? No, it's the light. There's a rotating light at the airport. We're seeing that. Let me just finish my snack, and then I'll come back. Okay, thanks for your patience. All right, hang on. I'll be back. I'll be back in a moment. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I gotta take my headphones out again too. All right. Give me a minute. Uh-oh, what's happening? Give me a minute. I'll be back shortly. I didn't hear any booms while I was away. It was quiet, so sound. Hang on, I'm having a little issue connecting my headphones. Why are they not connecting? Give me a moment. It is 3:56 a.m. local time. There were a bunch of strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. We'll go a little longer here. I don't think I'm going to go too late because I'm sure we'll be covering this tomorrow. At some point, Israel's going to respond to Iran. Also, I have no idea what the deal is with the northern border. For a while we were listening to a lot of sounds of combat on the northern border tonight. The Israel-Lebanon border. I don't have details on what was going on there, so we'll have to see. Maybe I'm guessing tomorrow we might hear some reporting about what happened there, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we don't really hear much anyway. I mean, there's been stuff going on the border for several days. It's not like we hear much. And sometimes, like, Hezbollah puts out some statement about attacking Israeli troops and stuff, and you don't know if it's true or not. So we don't really, it's not like there's a lot of independent reporting going on at the border. It's the same thing with Gaza. I mean, it's not like with the Gaza fighting that you really had a good idea moment to moment what was going on. Evelyn says every day something has been happening. Do I think Iran has a mole? Oh, this is a theory I have. This is my theory. So, you mean Israel has a mole? So, this is what I was thinking about. It's that you'd think, like, Israel seems to know where everybody in Hezbollah is. And you'd think that Hezbollah has, like, taken precautions, like they're probably not using cell phones, and it's just and, like, at this point it's like oh, they must have a mole, but it's like, I mean, is there a mole was there a mole like Nasrallah or something? You know what I'm saying? Like, at a certain point, it's like, is it really a mole? So my thought, I was like, well, how can they? My thought is maybe they have some other way of getting this information, which you wouldn't normally think of. So this is going to sound really stupid, but, like, it's not meant, I mean, I'm just saying something like this. Because remember, Israel did plant explosives in Hezbollah pagers and walkie-talkies. That really did happen, and they exploded. So my thought was like, as an example, they put something, like, they developed this, like, thing that they can put in food that if you eat it, they can then, it, like, stays in your body and they can track you. So the thought would be like that they made everybody in Hezbollah eat this stuff. And then it's like, forget the mole and forget the cell phones. They can just track them. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but my point is trying to think of some other way, because it's just like, at a certain point, I don't care who their mole is. It just doesn't seem like enough that would give them enough information. So my point is just, I'm wondering if it's just some other thing that people aren't thinking of that just makes it simpler than having a mole. I mean, not simpler on the front end, but simpler on the back end. Because it's just like crazy the amount of intelligence they have, you know? So my point is, I have a hard time believing all of their information at this point is still because of a mole. Or because they're like tapping their phones. It just seems like that would stop working after a while. You know, so that's my thought, is maybe there's just some other thing they did that no one's thinking of, and then you hear it and you're like, oh, well, now I can see why they can track them all the time. So, you know. That's the point. The point is not the specific thing I mentioned. The point is just, the general point is like something other than what you might first think of. But it's got to be something that that just gives them such great intelligence, and then something that like the people in Hezbollah don't even suspect. That's my thought. I don't know, but it just seems like it's a crazy amount of intelligence at this point. Right, so Anita Coleman says, who would have thought on pagers and beepers? But again, I'm not telling you like that's what happened. I'm just telling you, think outside the box. You know, I was reading some article that said something like that they have like figured out with AI like how to like go through masses of data, and like so they can like have all this surveillance footage, and like the AI figures out when there's something different on the surveillance footage. And it can figure things out from surveillance footage that like a normal human couldn't. And like it can sense when patterns are broken and stuff. And so maybe they've just like, you know, figured out some technological advance with AI where they have surveillance a lot of places, and you know, they're using that in some interesting way, you know. One of our viewers says maybe on their clothing or their shoes. It's like, who knows? It's just, it's something that gives them like an extraordinary degree of intelligence. Thanks, by the way, to Prayers, Hugs, and Love, and Tie Shoes, and Rebecca Falsetto. She thinks October 7th will be rough. Well, I mean, it's obviously a really bad anniversary, but I mean, some people think Israel will respond to Iran then. I don't know. I can't say. I can't say. Thank you, Rebecca. Skylar Shelton, thank you for your support. Adaptive Migration Solutions. And Scott Mendoza and Dina C. Also, the Metalomaniac on Twitch, and Sweetums on Twitch, and Maflord on Twitch, and Carturation on Twitch. Thank you for your support. But another thing about, like, when I was thinking about the food thing, another thing, it's like, if Israel can get, if Israel can get thousands of people in Hezbollah to use pagers that Israel has put explosives in, then I wouldn't put it past Israel to be able to, like, get people in Hezbollah to, like, eat food or something. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it doesn't seem like it's, you know, they did the pager thing, so. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they have, you know, who knows? We could sit here all day, but I just think it's something that it's not the normal thing where when you actually figure out what it is, you're like, well, now I get why they have so much intelligence. I mean, they clearly have the intelligence. Well, it's not a conspiracy theory that they have the intelligence. They do have the intelligence. I mean, it's like the hardest part of the conspiracy theory would be that they actually have this intelligence, but that's been proven. We know they have the intelligence. We know it. They got it somehow. By the way, as far as I'm aware, there's still no comment from Israel or Hezbollah on whether the presumed successor to Nasrallah died in that airstrike last night. I mean, so we still don't know that, and we're like 24 hours after. One of our viewers said something on their hands after they shake hands. All right, I think we're getting close to that time. I mean, there's obviously more to talk about, but I don't want to go. I mean, I don't want to go too late, and then it makes it later tomorrow. So I'd rather go less late and then start earlier tomorrow. That's what I'd rather do. Elonton says something with hacked CCTV cameras with facial recognition. So they are tracked. Maybe something with cameras in places. Hang on a second here. Checking some of the messages people have sent me. Ariel says, is Hezbollah digging in the bunker area to find bodies? I heard that area was closed by Israel. I haven't heard that. You mean where the big explosion was? I have not heard that. I don't know though. I don't know. I haven't heard that report, Ariel. I haven't, you know, when Nasrallah was killed, there were all these cameras there right after, and it hasn't been like that with this explosion last night. Now, maybe there's stuff I just haven't seen, but wasn't like the Nasrallah thing. So I don't know. I mean, that size strike Israel did, I'm guessing they knew how big a strike it was, and they had to have some plan on how to ascertain whether it was successful or not. All right, I think it's getting close to this time. Somebody asked about closed captioning. The closed captioning is not up to me. For example, on YouTube, it's usually automatic. The problem is, I believe on streams when I'm playing footage, even if the footage is kind of quiet, I think it messes with the closed captioning. It's not up to me. I can't do it. So it's turned on. A lot of streams we do, it's on, but I don't have control over it. I have it turned on. So I don't know if it's on Facebook right now, but I know on YouTube it's on. But sometimes it just doesn't work. Yeah, I'm literally reading the captions on Facebook. So you can try going to Facebook for the captions if they're not on YouTube. But I find sometimes when we play footage on YouTube, it just doesn't work. All right, I got to wrap this up. I'm sorry I didn't get to all the messages and everything. But we'll obviously do more coverage of this. I just got to get off the air and you know, so we can start at a reasonable time tomorrow. And who knows, there could be other news. By the way, quick thanks to Presbyom, Paradigm Network Services. That's very generous of you. Paradigm Network Services. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Thank you. Thanks for your nice note. Thanks also Sephirin for the gift memberships. Susan Mathis, thank you. Tie Shoes, Prayers, Hope, and Love. Very nice of you. And Carteration. All right, I think I thanked everybody there. And yeah, so obviously there's more of this story to come. We'll cover it. If there's other big news, we'll cover it. I really appreciate everybody watching, but I need to get off the air. It's one of these stories you could just keep covering, but you got to take breaks. But I really, really appreciate you guys being here for the stream. And a special thank you to everyone for your congratulations. That was really nice of you. We did hit, on YouTube today, we hit 500,000 subscribers, which is very neat, obviously. And but I really appreciate all you guys saying congratulations and everything, and donating to the channel, and also watching the channel on all the platforms, So thank you for watching. But we will have more coverage for you. So subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. The election is just in a month, too. So there's that. But we'll have more coverage. So I keep hoping this will settle down in the Middle East, but it's not settling down. So let's hope it settles down soon. Because every day we have more people getting hurt and getting killed and having to flee their homes, and it's not good. So let's hope it doesn't get much worse. But concerned about what's going to happen in southern Lebanon next. We'll have to see. But maybe it can get worked out to some degree, or settled down to some degree. Turn on notifications. We have a notification system that tells you when we're going live. I can't tell you in advance exactly when we're going live. I don't know when all the news is going to happen. But you can turn on our notifications. It's free. Sign up once for free and get sent a notification every time. And they're really reliable. They're the Discord notifications. We set it up ourselves. So the moderators will post a link to the notifications in the chat. And what was I going to say? It's also in the description for this video on Facebook and YouTube. Sign up for the notifications and subscribe and follow the channel. Also, I will post updates on my X account, @Lookner on X. @Lookner on X, you can follow me there. That's where I'll post updates there. Also, possibly another storm brewing in the Gulf of Mexico. You can go to my X to read the National Hurricane Center post about that. And I do really appreciate everybody writing in during the broadcast with news tips and comments. And I'm sorry I couldn't get to more of them, but I do really appreciate it. It's just there's a lot of news going on today, and I have to prioritize what's on the screen and what's going on live. But I really appreciate people sending stuff in. Huge thanks to our moderators. They are amazing. They're the ones who make the chat rooms possible. No chats without the mods. We couldn't do it. They're the ones keeping it respectful in there. So huge thanks. I've had these long streams lately, and they've been there, and I really appreciate it. Ruth Krafasi is over there on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube mods who have been here. BZ and Sarah55 and all the other ones. Thank you. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, all the rest of the mods on Twitch. Thank you so much. Facebook, K. Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Beth Shepard, Ronald Egnor, Christina Neal, Valerie, Gail Griffin. Thanks to all of our moderators there. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thanks to all of our moderators. Big thanks to you. Huge thanks to everybody who donated. Super nice of you guys today. Really generous of you, and I appreciate that. And that's what allows the channel to exist. That's what allows me to buy footage. So channel couldn't exist without your support. So thank you so much. It's really nice of you, and I appreciate very much you guys letting the channel exist, so thank you. Thank you also, Brittany Coy. Thank you, Brittany. It's very nice of you. And thanks again for all your well wishes about the channel. I appreciate that. So we'll have more coverage coming. We also have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air in the Discord chat. Check that out. It's also free. It's at the same link as the notification system, the free notifications. So check out the Discord chat as well. And thanks to our Discord moderators. Thanks to them very much as well. If you watch us on YouTube, then a reminder, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, which I would recommend, another good way to find out when we're live. You don't have to just subscribe. When you subscribe, you got to click this bell, the notifications bell, and choose all notifications. So if you want the YouTube notifications, make sure you have the bell checked and you've chosen all notifications. Make sure you do that. Let's see here. Also, follow us on X for programming updates, scheduling updates. I always post here before we go live on Agenda. At Agenda Free TV on X. Follow there at Agenda Free TV on X. A quick shout out to SOFAR, Red Alert Map. I really, really appreciate them letting me show their map. I just realized, tomorrow we'll talk more about the Institute for the Study of War. I think they did an update tonight, but we'll get to that tomorrow. We talked about them earlier tonight too. But it's time to wrap this stream up. But if you're interested in the SOFAR map, which is the Red Alert map, they have an app as well. I really appreciate them letting me use their map on the air. But this is the Red Alert map I use. I will post a link to the Red Alert map in the chat, and you can check out their app, which I also use. So thanks to them. Connor, it sounds like you have a question about the Discord modding. There is a Discord email that you can write to for that with questions or concerns. Maybe, I don't know if Ruth has that email, but if the mods could post a link to the Discord email, that would be great. I can tell you what it is. It is AFTVFansDiscord@gmail.com. And there's a complaints message, a complaints link too, if you have that. Let's see here. Hey, I want to shout out our Facebook subscribers. Thanks for supporting the channel on Facebook, like Eve Richards, Lou Green, Robert Rial II, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor. There's a bunch of other subscribers too. Really appreciate all of our subscribers over there. Thank you. Also, our Twitch subscribers like Wall Street and Shaggy, Allistic, Chi-Town Bear, New Dragons, Nanok, Notorious Rob, Ace High, Beautiful Profanity, Fweaky Beats, Big Ball of Yarn, thank you. Ginger X, Orange Flu, thank you. All of our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members like Molly Barnett, Tammy, Eric Johnson, Joe Hart, Evelyn in Maine, Jose Gonzalez, Mythical, Bert, Julie 0817, Nicole Hammett, Anita Modolewski, Patricia Grace, Kurt W9 BBW. By the way, I hope the people running the east border cam are okay. We were watching that cam for a while, and then there was a rocket alert right near it, and then the camera stopped. So I assume they're okay. Maybe maybe things were getting a little too heated over there, and they decided to shut it off. I don't know, but I'll see. Hopefully, it's back by tomorrow. PK, thanks for being a member. Frisian Mom, Stacks, Sunshine in Arizona, Jagged Glass, Marg9, Pony Boy, Evelyn in Maine, Panda 3000, Anna Marshall, Wickedest Witch, Ashta, Bjorn's Daughter, Patricia Grace, Charlotte Bancroft, Jagged Glass, D. Maynard, Lois Cox, Mythical, I think I said that already, Bookish Girl, Evelyn in Maine, Color and Canvas, Rita, Jimmy ZNJ, Molly Barnett, and others, thank you. Ricky Graybill, Toby Network, Kenny May. Thanks to all of our other viewers like Kiwi NZ, Declan Moffat, Audrey Burbank, Jock Hollander, Sarah Smile, thanks to all of our viewers. Progressive Dub, Freed Speaks, Shakalaka Boom Boom Boom, and others. ROL, Rolf ZKY. All right, so we are going to wrap up this stream. I'll do a last check just to make sure I'm not seeing anything crazy right now. By the way, I'm seeing a report that, a couple reports that there was a apartment, LBCI Lebanon says there was an apartment in Tripoli, not Tripoli, Libya, Tripoli, Lebanon, in northern Lebanon that was struck by an Israeli airstrike today, which seems like it was some sort of targeted strike. Sky News Arabia also said an Israeli airstrike targeted a residential apartment in Tripoli, Lebanon. So, just to pass that along. Jason Brodsky, who's an expert in the Middle East, said that Tripoli, Lebanon had not been targeted since October 7th. Roy Case said that as well. Israeli reporters said Tripoli, Lebanon, in northern Lebanon had not been targeted since October 7th. All right. Well, guys, we're going to wrap this up. All right. Again, thank you for joining the stream. We will bring you more coverage of the latest developments and other big news that is happening. And again, thank you so much to our mods as well. That is it for now. Thanks for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.